Can somebody please close the doors to the gallery? Can you please close the doors back there?
We still got people coming in.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today's meeting of September the 12th, 2024. And on the first case, Z24-13, it's going to be an extensive case, okay? So bear with us. And I also applaud the effort of all the people that attended as the spirit of the community. And that's what government is all about, okay? I will not allow any disparaging remarks and/or yelling or screaming. If that happens, I'm going to have security escort you out. And please turn your cell phones off on silent or vibrate. Okay. Roll call of officers. Albert, are you ready? Okay. Roll call of officers.
Commissioner Odanga,
Here.
Commissioner Zargis,
Present.
Commissioner Lear, Commissioner Jimenez,
Here.
Commissioner Fisher, Vice Chair Zerniak,
Here,
Chair Acosta.
Present. Okay, item number 2, approval or changes to the agenda. Commissioners.
Move the agenda as presented.
Albert, would you suggest that we change the amendments to the UDC for the next meeting?
Chair, my recommendation would just be to keep the agenda as it is. I do have people here that are here for the amendments, people that traveled outside of, from outside of town. So if we keep it on the agenda, and then we'll just see, how the rest of the meeting goes, I think we should be okay.
I think we'd need a lot of time for the amendment, so I think, well, the chair entertains a motion for changing the agenda.
As presented, you need to amend it. That's all.
you got a motion on the floor.
I moved it as presented.
Okay, all right. We have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion?
I'll second it, Mel. It's just,
All right. And we have a second.
would you please state the motion again? Bill?
I moved to approve the agenda as presented.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I think what we can do is if we run out of time, we can table it for the, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
The
All right.
amendments we could table, right?
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 3, approval of the minutes of meeting of August the 22nd, 2024.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. It's been second. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? The ayes have it. Old business, Janine. No business, all right. Item number 5, new business, case number Z24-013, submitted by Livin Underwood Engineering. Albert, you ready? Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Albert Casillas, 845 North Motel Boulevard.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Albert, 1 second. If any of you haven't signed up and would like to speak in favor or against the current case, we ask you to sign up with Eileen over here, okay? And I think, Mel, you're going to put a time limit on comments?
I'm going to limit the comments since we have, Eileen, how many people do we have signed up?
We have less than 20.
Okay, I'm going to allow 2 minutes. And if the testimony by anybody is repetitive, I will ask him to please sit down, okay?
Chair, just one recommendation would be that if there's a chosen speaker, or representative from the community to come up here, to allow them to, give them more than 2 minutes to give their presentation.
Could you closer to the mic?
Sorry. I was saying that if there was a chosen representative from the community, to allow them to speak more than 2 minutes.
Okay,
Okay. Good morning, commissioners, members of the public, staff. Our first agenda item today is going to be a zone change request. The applicant is TPJ Investments, being represented by Libin Underwood Engineering and Surveying. This property is located north of the intersection of Oregon Mesa Loop and Dripping Springs Road in the community of Talavera. The zoning right now, it's a D1 LC. There are some conditions on there. And then there's another parcel that's R5L. The D1 LC property, it's about 156 acres. It's D1L, meaning that it's a 1 acre minimum with the conditions out there right now. And the 40 acre parcel that's zoned R5L, that one's limited to a 5 acre minimums. But the request here today, it's to move forward with this request for future phases of the Oregon Mesa Ranch subdivision, but more specifically to remove a condition recorded in a ETA order that limited the maximum number of residential lots to a total of 192 for the entire Oregon Mesa Ranch subdivision. That's the main item that we're here for today. When we look at the location map, of course, this is Dripping Springs Road that goes towards the Oregon Mountains over here. This is the 156 acre parcel. That's a 40 acre parcel. Previous phases for Oregon Mesa Ranch include phase 1 and 2 down to the south, and this is phase 3. The original approval included a phase 4 and a phase 5, and then the 40 acre parcel, which is labeled as a phase 6, was not part of the original Oregon Mesa Ranch subdivision. And this is just an aerial photo of where the properties are located. We have Oregon Mesa Loop over here, and this is the intersection of Dripping Springs and Soledad Canyon Road. When we look at the zoning map, existing zoning, D1L, D1L, the 40 acre parcel, it's R5L. Pretty much, everything that's here in the darker color, that's R5L. So we have, the original Soledad subdivision out here, the other Talavera subdivision. You might recall that when we were going through the UDC zone change or zoning map approval back in 2017, a lot of those parcels, even though they were 2.5 acres, they decided to keep them as R5L, which was a 5 acre minimum. Basically grandfathering in all those 2.5 acre lots. The description of the property, like I stated before, prior to the adoption of the UDC, this property had the ER3 zoning designation with the condition that the lots that were, or the density that was approved was at a 2 acre minimum density. And that's for the 156 acre parcel. But ER3C originally allowed for single-family site-built homes on moderate to large-sized lots. The 40 acre parcel went from an ECN1, which was like a conservation district. Basically, if property that was owned by local, state, or federal government transferred over to private ownership, that's the zoning designation that they automatically got. So back then, they had that ECN1 designation. So when the UDC got adopted and went into effect in 2017, the subject property got that D1LC designation. And then the other 40 acres received that R5L designation. D1L, of course, permits single-family site-built homes, manufactured homes on 1 acre lots, and that's only if a community sewer is not available. So if there is no community sewer, which there's not, in this case, it's only a 1 acre minimum. And then the R5L zone, of course, is just for a minimum lot size of 5 acres. I kind of touched base on this earlier, but, just so we can get a recap of, why are we here, today? 2002, there was a zone change that was approved by the ETA Commission. This was under Z 002005 that requested to go from ER2 to ER3. So basically from the 2-acre minimums to a 1-acre minimums. And this was for the 5 phases of Oregon Mesa Ranch. There were a total of 17 conditions that were stipulated on there. I attached a copy of that order to your guys' packet. But condition number 1 stated a maximum of 192 residential parcels will be allowed to be developed on the property, with the minimum lot size of 1 acre consistent with ER3 zoning and with larger parcels being adjacent to the access roads. The 192 came from that 2-acre density. The total area for Oregon Mesa Ranch was about 400 acres. So, they were given that condition because of that, the idea of developing at a 2-acre minimum density consistent with the ER2 zoning that they had before. So basically what the ETA said, yeah, we'll give you your 1-acre minimums, but you're only allowed to build as if you still had the ER2 zoning. The applicant has built out phases 1 and 3, which are the ones that are south of Dripping Springs roads, and right now they have a total of 110 lots that are built on those 3 phases. So this means that with that with the 192 limit that they had, they're only able to build an additional 82 lots for phases 4 and 5, and this is just for the 156-acre parcel. So they're proposing currently for phases 4 and 5, 106 lots, and an additional 29 lots on phase 6, which is the 40-acre parcels. This brings the total to 135 lots overall, which exceeds the total number of lots allowed by 53 lots. Like I stated before, phase number 6 was not a part of the original Oregon Mesa subdivision, and is subject to the zone change request from R5L to D1L. If you look at the order that I attached to your packet, when you look at the order and the conditions that the ETA found, they considered growth patterns in the area and community at large, the availability of community water, and the fact that the actual number of lots to be created will be less than could be achieved under the existing zoning, which was the 2-acre minimum. Due to the conditions in that order and the proposed road design with all of the conditions established in that order, that will improve the nature of development on the property from the otherwise required by the previous zoning. So those were the conditions that the ETA found back in 2002. So once again, just to recap, we have one property that's 156 acres that was part of the original Oregon Mesa Ranch subdivision, and then we have the 40 acres that is being proposed as a 5/6 that has an R5L zoning right now, and they're proposing to go down to D1L. So we can't talk about Talavera without looking at a Desert Mirage subdivision, which is right adjacent to them. This subdivision was approved back in in the 90s. There were 2 phases. Phase 1 was south of Dripping Springs. Phase 2 was north of Dripping Springs. But they also had to go through a zone change. And this case, Z97-001, basically also requested to go from ECN1 to ER3/4. So back then in 97, before developing the subdivision, they were requesting 3/4 acre lots. They got approval, but they didn't get the 3/4 acres. They got the 1-acre minimum. And right now, as far as I know, there's about, with everything that's been built out there, there's probably about 150 lots right now. And they still got a couple more phases to go. But in 97, they got that zone change to 1-acre minimums. And that's just the Desert Mirage phase 2, which is north of Dripping Springs, and they still got a couple more phases left. And then that's just one of the one of the phases that they've built, and that's phase I believe phase 1 from Desert Mirage 2. But on here, I mean, at least on the recorded plat, you see an idea of, of how it's being developed. After Desert Mirage, we, early 2000s now, we had a couple of zone change requests and subdivisions that were approved. So I didn't highlight it, but basically all these lots right here, that's Desert Mirage right here. And that's a future phase as well. But when we look back at the early, 2000s, there were other zone change requests that were approved, but basically under the same idea of now, instead of giving everybody a 1 acre minimum, yes, we'll give you your 1 acre minimum, but now you're going to be building at a 2 acre density. Up here, zone change 006003, 26 acres, they were giving 13 lots. This one here, 40 acres, 18 lots. La Joya del Monte, which has already been built out, 40 acres, 18 lots. Mystic Winds, 31 acres, they got a little bit more, but still kind of like under the same idea, 18 lots over here. And then, of course, we got Oregon Mesa, which had about 400 acres, and they were giving the total cap of 192 lots. So there's been additional development out there, but after Desert Mirage, it just seems that, they realized, or at least the ATA realized, well, we don't want no more, a little bit more density. We're going to allow you guys to build at 1 acre lots, but keeping you guys at a 2 acre density out there, per the proposed parcel. So going back to the request, we have the 156 acres, we got the 40 acres out here. That's what's been approved so far for Oregon Mesa. And then for right now, I mean, this is what the applicant's proposing on phase 4 and 5. And that's phase 6. That's the 40 acre parcel right here. And then just, I've just, highlighted, so we can kind of tell apart what's what. But like I said it before, right here, this is phases 1 and 2, 73 lots, and phase 3 over here with 30-something lots, 37 lots. And that's just, another picture so we get an idea of, of the extent of Oregon Mesa Ranch. That's a land use aerial right here. And then just a couple of pictures that I took. This is from the intersection of Dripping Springs Road to Soledad Canyon Road. Here I'm looking north, and basically that's the subject parcel back here. And here we have Soledad Canyon Road looking south. And this is Dripping Springs Road, Soledad Canyon Road, looking towards the Oregon Mountains. That's just the intersection. You can kind of already see some of the improvements that have been done on Dripping Springs. And now here we're looking back towards Tortugas Mountain, still at the same intersection. And now I'm just looking south from that intersection onto Soledad Canyon Road. And then just, just general pictures of the subject parcel. And then I went down to Oregon Mesa Loop. This is just a picture of that intersection there. Looking back towards the Oregons. Looking back towards Las Cruces. So for the zone change evaluation requirements, these are the items that we have to address and look at when dealing with zone changes. That's the area of notification map. So we did send out 40 letters. Everything was posted on the Sun News. Signs were posted out there a couple of times because they were being blown out. On your packet, you're going to see emails that are against the request. You're going to see a petition with over 1,000 signatures against the request. This was submitted by members of the public. Concerns include environmental impacts, preservation of natural beauty, community values and planning, historical ordinances, and traffic impacts.
Albert, let me interrupt you for a second. Maybe you can go back to the previous page to this one. One more. Okay. Right there. The duties of the Planning and Zoning Commission also we're entrusted for the safety and general welfare of the public. And let that be known, okay?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Proceed.
So this is just our analysis of the request when it comes to Section D1. Currently, the applicant has the ability to build an additional 82 residential lots on phases 4 and 5. I mean, that's what they're allowed to do currently without having to go through any zone changes, just by having them submit a subdivision. So they're proposing 106 lots for phases 4 and 5, and an additional 29 lots for phase 6, which is a 40-acre parcel, for a total of 135 lots. That's exceeding the total number of lots allowed by 53 lots. And phase 6 was not a part of the original Oregon Mesa subdivision. But I just want to make it clear that right now, without having to go through a zone change, they are allowed to develop that 156-acre parcel to a total of 82 residential lots. So the applicant's planning to build 135. With either the approval or denial of the zone change request, residential lots will be occupied by single-family residential housing. The applicant states that no major impacts to traffic flows are anticipated due to the proposed change in zoning, due to previous traffic impact analysis associated with previously planned phases 4 and 5 of Oregon Mesa Ranch.
Excuse me, Albert. I think we all agree that there's not going to be any yelling or screaming as the case proceeds. Let me remind you, I have security out there that will escort you out. Let that be the last yelling and screaming in the gallery. Go ahead and proceed, Albert.
Thank you, Commissioner. Improvements to Dripping Springs have already been completed, including acceleration and deceleration lanes, and that's coming from the applicant. County engineering will require a TIA and improvement of Dripping Springs Road to full section requirements, meeting the MPO criteria and additional auxiliary lane improvements. All access points will have to meet current standards. This would be required during the subdivision application process. Dripping Springs is a paved county-maintained road. No commercial activity is proposed. The zone change would allow the applicant a total of 135 residential lots, where 90 is currently permitted. And I say 90 because 82 is what he has per the ETA order, and with the existing zoning on the 40-acre parcel, well, that's an additional 8 lots that he can build by right with that 5-acre minimum. Water is available from Moongate Company, and wastewater will be provided by an approved septic tank. Existing infrastructure, there is sufficient infrastructure capacity for the proposed use. The applicant states parcel 1 already has sub-outs and access to Moongate Water Company systems. Some upgrades and additional infrastructure extending Moongate Water Company systems will be required, and discussion is underway with Moongate Water about the required infrastructure improvements. Moongate Water has sufficient well capacity, but a new water storage tank will likely be required to provide adequate flows and pressure for portions of this development regardless of zoning. Las Cruces Utilities has sufficient gas utility infrastructure capacity to support the development regardless of zoning. In regards to sewer, I did check with May Montoya, who's the director of utilities down there, and there are no plans to extend sewer out there. So far, there's been no evidence submitted that there are endangered or rare species of animal and plant life in the area. Surrounding properties include BLM land, phases 1, 2, and 3 of the Oregon Mesa Ranch, which include 110 residential lots. There's Desert Mirage subdivision and other large lot subdivisions such as Soledad Vista and Talavera subdivision. The applicant, per that original zone change, can develop 82 residential lots by right. They're building an additional 53 lots for a total of 135 residential lots. Implementation, applicant will implement best management practices that are identified, noted, and included in the reviews and conditions required for the zone change and during the subdivision application process. So at least when it comes to this section, we do believe that they meet section D1. When it comes to not being in significant conflict with the comprehensive plan or other adopted plans, Staff believes that it is in conflict with the comp plan. I mean, even though the zone change is still proposing a 1 acre, residential lots, the decision to impose a 192 residential lot limit for all phases of the Oregon Mesa subdivision was based on the density that would have been allowed under a 2 acre minimum lot size. The proposal to increase the number of residential lots would go against goal G 2.2 and G 3.1, which is to develop in appropriate areas. The applicant states that the request would meet goal 4.1, which is to provide marketable and affordable housing. Under the UDC, the definition of affordable housing is housing where the ownership market applies to households or individuals earning 60% or less in the area median income. Per the U.S. Census Bureau, the household median income right now, it's about 51,000. That's my check. And here we just have a definition of G2.2, which talks about safeguarding and extending desirable neighborhood character, safeguarding open space. Doña County has several reasons to manage development and to keep it out of arroyos and flood zones, so that's under G3.1. When it comes to Miller criteria, when addressing a sufficient change of conditions, we believe that there are no change of conditions right now. That's going to make the zone change reasonably necessary to protect the public interest. The conditions that were imposed by the ETA were meant to develop Oregon Mesa Ranch at a density of 2 acre minimums. If denied, the applicant could still develop an additional 82 residential lots for phases 4 and 5 of the Oregon Mesa subdivision and 8 residential lots on the 40 acre parcel that's zoned R5L. When it comes to spot zoning, there's a two-part item to this criteria. We don't think that it's a spot zone, as the proposed zoning and lot sizes will be in harmony, with the surrounding zoning of D1L. However, the proposed 135 lots are 53 more than the stipulated 82 residential lots as per the ETA order, which is solely for the benefit of the property owner. So for our findings, number 3, the P&Z does have the authority to review zone changes. It is consistent with the notification requirements. The zone change request for D1L, which would eliminate the condition stipulated under the original zone change of allowing a total of 192 residential lots for all phases of the existing Oregon Mesa Ranch subdivision, that does satisfy the decisional criteria. Decision for a zone change is appropriate and reasonably necessary to protect the public interest, and there is not a sufficient change in conditions. The conditions imposed by the ETA were meant to develop Oregon Mesa Ranch at an overall density of 2 acre minimums. And like I said before, we don't believe it's a spot zone because the existing zone, it's currently is D1LC, with the condition of that 2 acre minimum density. But we do believe that the additional lots is solely for the benefit of the property owner, and we believe that it is in significant conflict with the comprehensive plan. So based on the fact, our analysis, agency comments, we are recommending denial of case Z24013, which is, to rezone the D1LC to D1L and the R5L to D1L as well. So we are recommending denial. However, if the Planning and Zoning Commission wishes to approve the zone change request, we are suggesting the following conditions: that all residential lots within the Oregon Mesa Ranch shall be limited to a 1 acre minimum. And this one I added after the fact, and this was just due to the research that staff did in regards to the other zone changes that have happened after Desert Mirage got approved. Basically, there were a lot of approvals from ER2 to ER3, back then for that 1 acre minimum, but with the 2 acre density. So my second condition, applies to the 40 acre parcel, limiting that one to an overall density of 2 acre minimum per lot if the zone change request is approved to D1L. So with that, that's the end of staff's presentation, and we stand for comments. We do have the applicant ready as well to give his presentation.
Albert,
Go ahead.
Albert, I just want to make a comment on the proposed phase 4 and 5. The documentation given to us shows 108 lots, not 106. Is that a typo? It's
yeah.
page 15 of 44 on your packet. And I didn't count the lots, so I don't know.
I think that's coming from the applicant, that's the applicant's statement. But, you know, what I did was I counted all the lots that were already approved for phases 1 through 3, which was 110, minus the 192 that the ETA order stipulates.
Okay, so this proposed subdivision would have to be redrawn or whatever?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. So let me just get this straight. How many lots have been developed currently?
110 for phases 1 through 3, and that's the parcels that I've highlighted here with the green and the blue. So that's phases 1 and 2. The blue is phase 3, and then phase 4 and 5 would be the 156 acres here. And then that's the 40-acre parcel to the northeast.
So as it stands, they could develop another 82,
Yes,
and they want an additional 53 on top of that?
that's including the 29 that are being proposed right now for the 40-acre parcel.
Okay, so, okay.
And Albert, as we unpack this case, so the general public can understand what goes on here, okay? Kind of very simplistic way of doing it. By right, what can they do with the property now?
They can apply for a subdivision for 82 lots on the 156 acres that are here, that I'm pointing with the arrow. And with the R5L zoning, 8 lots at 5-acre minimums.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions of staff?
So you didn't separate the two lots in terms of density, did you?
No, I mean, they're under, you know, the same ownership. They're right next to each other. So we decided to bring both of them forward at the same time.
So are you, in your denial, that was for both lots? I'm trying to
Yes.
figure out, why are you recommending that they only develop 8 lots on that 40 acres?
Well, because that's what they can only do by right now with the R5L zoning. So on the denial, I'm including both parcels. On the, you know, the next section, you know, when I'm talking about if the P&Z wishes to approve it, I'm recommending that, you know, that the 82, that the original condition remains for the 156-acre parcels, but for R5L, for the 40 acres, that they be allowed to develop at a 2-acre minimum density as other properties have been able to do.
And how many lots would that give them?
40 acres, 2-acre density, 20 lots?
20 lots? Okay, so let me, to the best of your knowledge, Albert, of these 17 conditions, how many has the developer met?
I mean, he's already built out phases 1 through 3. So, you know, I want to say that, you know, that he's complied. I think one of the major ones was, you know, leaving land aside for, you know, for a park, which is there next to the fire station. Because of the subdivision that was approved, you know, additional right-of-way was given. So, you know, they were able to, well, not them, but, you know, county was able to go out there and build, you know, the walking trail that's out there because of that additional right-of-way. I know that a realignment occurred here at the intersection of Soledad and Dripping Springs just to make it a little bit more safer. So, so to my knowledge, I would say that at least most of those conditions have been met. Of course, I mean, we're talking about conditions that were, you know, established over 20 years ago. So some of those might not apply, you know, like I think there's conditions in there that talk about developing at city standards, and that's not going to apply anymore. They're going to have to be built out to county standards. But to my knowledge, at least for the most part, the applicant has complied.
So conditions 4, 5, and 6 are about alternative transportation means. Do we know, did they provide for bicycle facilities or walking facilities or equestrian facilities?
I can let the applicant address that and see, you know, what they did for
Okay,
phases,
that's fine.
you know, 1 through 3.
Any further questions of staff?
I have a question. Mr. Casillas, has there been road studies as far as traffic flow and all that?
To my knowledge, there is an existing traffic impact analysis that was done for the original phases. But for this zone change request, I'll let the applicant address that to see if he has anything that's a little bit more updated.
Thank you.
Albert, is it my understanding that Moongate will supply the water? There will be no private water wells?
That is correct. Moongate will be the supplier.
Albert, on that note, I want to take us real quickly to page 9. The liquid waste specialist noted the depth of the water within that area. Does staff have any concerns?
I mean, whatever step, if we get to the point where the applicant has, already received and approved the, subdivision, he gets to record a plat, at the time of the building permit submittal, he's gonna have to, every building permit that goes in there has to bring in proof of water, a ready, willing, and able letter from the water provider, and an approved septic tank permit. So, I mean, if they can't meet the standards from NMED, then they won't be able to get a permit for a septic tank. So they would have to build something to meet their standards.
That is a concern I have immediately with a water table at only 18 feet, having to put down a septic right where the water is going to be sitting. Thank you.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Albert. Is the applicant here or the representative? And we're going to have,
Good morning.
anybody that comes in front, we're going to have to swear them in.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Zachary Libin, 1121 Birch Drive.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. Again, my name is Zach Libin, Libin Underwood Engineering and Surveying. I'm here with Tim, Paul, and John Curry, TPJ Investments LLC. Appreciate Albert's presentation. I do have my own presentation to offer some points and some clarification and address some concerns. As Albert mentioned, this is north of Dripping Springs. Previous phases of Oregon Mesa Ranch were built on the south side of Dripping Springs Road. A 156 and a 40-acre parcel are part of this zone change request, but as noted, they are different situations between the 156 and the 40 acres because the 156 was included in that ETZ order with that cap of the cap of the number of lots, whereas the 40 acre was not included in that, and at that time wasn't considered part of this project. And the owners could very well not keep it as part of Oregon Mesa Ranch and do something different with it. There's a wide variety of things that they could do with that if it wasn't, if they didn't want to consider it part of Oregon Mesa Ranch. So my point is that the 40 acres was not included in that ETZ order with the limit on it. This is adjacent to Desert Mirage subdivisions, the multiple phases of that. I'd like to, if it's appropriate, to ask Albert one point of clarification. Albert, is Desert Mirage a 2-acre density minimum?
Chair, Mr. Libin, no, it's not. From what I could tell from the recorded plats, they were all at 1 acre lots.
Great. Thank you. And in a lot of ways, the point of this request, well, you know, I'm gonna start at the beginning. The phases 4 and 5 were once designed and approved, and then set aside for market conditions. There are extensive costs of construction to develop this and even to get started, especially crossing the arroyo with an appropriate structure that doesn't cause restrictions to the arroyo. I was brought in to help redesign that to align this the subdivision with the Unified Development Code with the UDC. As we were dealing with those UDC requirements and trying to bring the previous design into compliance with that, we found that there was conflict between those outdated conditions of the ETZ order and what the UDC required. And so the discussion began to try and remove the conflicting conditions. Also the obvious here is that the density, or the number of lots more specifically, was restricted and was not the same as Desert Mirage, which came in after Oregon Mesa Ranch was approved. And so the goal is obviously to achieve 1 acre minimum lots, D1L zoning, like the adjacent subdivisions, and sort of keep it simple without conditions that are outdated or become outdated. Again, trying to align this with the Unified Development Code rather than ETZ requirements or conditions applied 20-some years ago. Some background: the land is owned by that TPJ Investments LLC. Tim, Paul, and John Curry are here. This is the last phases of Oregon Mesa Ranch. It is the 156 and 40 acre parcels. A low density development is planned. This is effectively a continuation of the Oregon Mesa Ranch on the south side, with the goal of a very nice community with quality infrastructure, as has been done on the south side. As noted, this 81, I had it wrong, 82 plus 8 lots are currently allowed by the ETZ, by the zoning, actually, including the ETZ conditions. And again, making that point that the 40 acres that is R5L was never part of that limitation of lots. And so that's one point of clarification. That 53 more than allowed mentioned is incorrect. That ETZ cap didn't include that 40 acres. So the 29 lots on that sketch that was presented, and I'll clarify that both of those preliminary sketch plans for those lot layouts are not set in stone. Those are sketch plans intended to show that very high quality lots can be developed at 1 acre. You'll see in the 40 acres, the 1 acre lots aren't possible or desired there. Both 4, 5, and 6, all 3 of those have been laid out respecting the arroyos and keeping the original road alignments as well, because the original design did a very nice job of respecting the arroyos and some of the more open spaces out there. So one point of clarification, I'll get into some misconceptions and misunderstandings. No commercial land is proposed or desired here. And the basics of the zoning, the request for change in zoning for the 156 is to remove the ETZ conditions and achieve 1 acre lot minimum. Because again, as Albert said, there is no community sewer available in the area, nor planned, nor desired. So trying to achieve that D1L. That sketch plan that was included in your packet, you'll see that's 20-some more lots than the ETZ requirement, which so some good clarification for us came out of Albert's presentation, but at the time was my understanding was a somewhat arbitrary number, that 196 acres. Some discussion on, my slides are shifting around here. The original phases, 1, 2, and 3 of Oregon Mesa Ranch were developed with a commitment to protect arroyos. They have curb and gutter, well-designed drainage solutions. They did donate a paved bike trail, which was built, that was later rebuilt by the county and extended a longer ways, but the portion that was required in that ETZ requirement and beyond some was, a bike path was built. The roads are all built to the standards required, which do have, they are wide roads for the density of housing out there. So again, the bike trail was donated. Talavera Park next to the fire department was donated. This Oregon Mesa Ranch realigned and improved intersections of Dripping Springs Road at Soledad Canyon Road and the other intersection as well. Those have been done in such a way that they're prepared for these phases of Oregon Mesa Ranch, the phases 4 and 5, based on the traffic engineering done at the time. The engineering department's comments that further road improvements would be required is not based on traffic engineering analysis. That is an opinion, and further traffic engineering analysis will need to be done as part of the preliminary plat process, as part of the subdivision process. It's not required or done at this point for the zone change request. We have the original traffic analysis as originally proposed. That is also 20 years outdated, and traffic and impact analysis, traffic engineering will need to be done for the future phases to go with the preliminary plat submittal. Whether or not,
Excuse me,
yes, sir.
let me interrupt you. So what you're saying here is that for the zone change, can you repeat that again? That traffic
Yes, sir.
things of this nature should not be considered for the zone change, right?
Well, my point of clarification, Mr. Chair, is that the County Unified Development Code does not require traffic impact analysis or traffic engineering for zone change request. It requires traffic engineering and consideration of that and road improvements and such at the time of preliminary plat of the subdivision.
Okay.
And if I'm incorrect, I'd appreciate Albert correcting me, but that's my understanding of the Unified Development Code. Okay. So road improvements, specifically acceleration and deceleration lanes, have been done at both intersections that this ties into on both sides of the road, including this phase. More improvements may be required if the traffic engineering warrants that, but at this point, some improvements have already been installed planning for this. The previous phases, as these phases will include donation of easements for utilities that serve all of Talavera and the entire area, including gas metering station there near one of these intersections. One of the issues addressed or brought up was change in conditions. And I'd like to list some of these change in conditions. One is the adoption of the Unified Development Code. The design standards in that Unified Development Code negate or take place of several of those conditions imposed by the ETZ. So several of those conditions aren't required any longer because better design standards have been included in the Unified Development Code, which also shows that those ETZ decisions at the time are now outdated because the Unified Development Code has created a change in conditions by its adoption and amendment. Sounds like you're considering more amendments. The development of Desert Mirage as D1L with 1 acre minimum lot size is a change of conditions. There is also a strong demand for homes as shown by the progress of Desert Mirage and the area. Cost of construction, I know, is not a weighing factor on zone change, but it is noteworthy that crossing the Arroyo, the utilities, all of those are increased costs, which limiting the number of lots does not, could play into that cost of construction. I'm not the developer. I can't speak much to that beyond noting that the cost of construction is a change of conditions as well. We've all felt it, and we've all seen how expensive these development are. The Organ Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument is a change of condition. And this point to make is this is not adjacent to the monument. There are subdivisions and many homes between this and the monument. It's a misconception. And developing where allowed and not, obviously nobody's gonna build inside the monument, but my point is this is respectful of the monument, and that did create a hard boundary of where no more houses will ever be built. And so building outside of that limit is a change of condition because it will never grow further east.
Excuse me, so basically, the major change in condition is a zone change. Am I correct?
Which zone change?
From what you're requesting now?
I don't understand your
Well-
question, Mr. Chair.
A major change in condition will be a zone change from what you're allowed now by right.
The Desert Mirage zone change adjacent to this was a change of conditions.
But we'll address it later. Go ahead.
And then also Baylor Canyon Road is now paved the entire way and has provided for improved access of emergency services and improved traffic flows. There's also potential for connection from these phases of Organ Mesa Ranch up through Desert Mirage, which would improve traffic flows in general in the area, on the north side of the area. Some of my last points to make are that the concerns of the neighborhood has been heard. A letter was sent from TPJ Investments, Tim, Paul, and John Curry, to the area, trying to help address some of this misinformation and misconceptions. The goal of this zone change is 1 acre minimums, not 6,000 square foot lots. The goal is to continue developing this the same way as Organ Mesa Ranch, which is a very nice area. And I think many of our participants here live in that area. No apartments or multifamily housing is planned. The intention is to design this the same as phases 1, 2, and 3, conducive to the culture of the area. Again, 1 acre minimum lots is a low density, at least in my mind, and no commercial land uses are requested or desired. And another misconception is this is not adjacent to the Organ Mountain Desert Peaks National Monument. Again, that letter was sent to everybody to try and help address some of their concerns. One public benefit of this is housing. And it's important to note that housing is in demand in our area and a variety of scales and a variety of sizes and types of houses. This area, specifically the first phases of Organ Mesa Ranch, had strict covenants, and was desired because it respects the arroyos and respects the area. This is planned the same. Again, adding those 20-some lots is additional housing. And the point made that the only benefit of the zone change is to the landowner, it's also to those future homeowners that will enjoy living in that area. And we're not talking about hundreds of more houses in addition to what's already approved. I want to address that again, that we're not asking for 53 more lots than approved by the ETZ. Specifically, our clients are requesting rezoning of the 156 acres to 1 acre lots, which is somewhere in the range of 23 more homes, and rezoning of the 40 acre parcel from R5L to D1L, the same as Desert Mirage next door. So it is also a public benefit that this is well-planned and respectful of the culture of Las Cruces and that area. We know that it's raised concerns of the area, but it hasn't, I think most of those concerns were based on the misconceptions that multifamily, 6,000 square foot lots, commercial land was all intended. And again, none of those are intended. It's planned to be well-planned, 1 acre minimum lots. So that is my summary, that our client is asking for 1 acre lots, D1L, the same as the adjacent development. And we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
I'd like to clarify. Based on what I heard you saying, many of the complaints that were received were in regards to traffic problems. But what you're telling me is under the new UDC codes, those items are already addressed as far as the requirements for subdivisions to do traffic engineering and to fix whatever needs to be fixed. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree that the UDC addresses those at the time of preliminary plat.
Okay.
I have a question. So on the 156 acre parcel, you're saying there's going to be only 23 additional lots as per originally permitted. And on the 40 acre parcel, how many additional lots are you requesting on that one compared to what is permitted?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. The one point to make is that those sketch plans are not set in stone, so the number of lots aren't necessarily set in stone, but the first part is correct, that 20-some is planned in addition to what is requested, in addition to what was the ETZ conditions. The 40 acres, something in the ballpark of 25 lots is what would fit in a D1L situation, a D1L zoning, as compared to the 7 or 8 that could fit with R5L.
Understood.
I'm concerned that the 40 acres are even included in this packet because they were not part of the original planning in phases 1 through 5. And it seems to confuse the whole issue. That would be something that would be, I think, better approached separately. But according to Albert's or the staff's analysis, they recommend that if we do approve this, that we limit it to 2 acres on those lots. Is your company in agreement with that? Or will you still come back for another change, another request?
I'll first address that requesting those together was my approach to trying to make it easier on everybody to rezone them both the same as the surrounding area. That wasn't
But you understand that
It-
going
it is
from a
confusing.
5 acre to 1 acre is a bit of a jump.
I do, if I may, and then it is a change from 5 acre to 1 acre is requested. That is adjacent, directly adjacent to the Desert Mirage that is already 1 acre lots directly adjacent to it. So it would be in harmony with that adjacent subdivision. The question of do the owners agree to, if that's a way to say it, the 2 acre minimum? I can't answer that question. We might have to have them answer that question, but it's up to you if you want to ask them that question now or not. Do you want me to-
When they come to the, if they come to the podium, then we'll ask.
Great.
And Mr. Libin, do you, your opinion, do you think that on the ETA case number Z2005, 2002-005, have all the conditions have been met according to that zone?
Yes, sir. I was not involved in that development, but I will say that from my understanding, all of those conditions have been met, phases 1 through 3, and they are likewise intended to be met in these future phases, including addressing succulent life and protecting the arroyos and having roads that meet requirements and respect the arroyos as well.
Any further questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you. We'll bring you back.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Jesse?
No.
thank you.
We may have to ask you to come back again, many times over.
Singer.
Do you have,
Mr. Chair, I want to ask the fire marshal a question.
yes,
Can we get him? Is the fire marshal here? Chief Herrera?
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Arturo Herrera, 845 North Mota Boulevard.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you consider the existing fire, water, available water adequate for fire flow for this community as it is?
No, so we do have issues with water flow out there in that general area.
And so do you believe that adding these additional units as requested would make the problem more serious? Without
Not more serious, but it's not going to help. It's going to stay steady across that general area, depending on what fire main it's coming from.
Did Moongate put in piping that was adequate for fire flow?
I believe it's a 4-inch out there in that general area for fire flow. Yes, sir.
So that's okay. And do they have adequate fire hydrants?
It depends on the location, on the elevation of the homes, but usually we do have issues with the fire flow out there. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Thank you very much.
and for fire suppression, for each individual home, would you require a sprinkler system in each home?
So if there's no fire flow, there are other means or options to go as far as fire flow. But they would, if they don't meet fire flow, they would have to find another means as sprinklering the home or storage tanks.
And it wouldn't be a requirement that the existing homes that are there would have to be retrofitted with a sprinkler system, right?
If that's the option, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mel?
Mr. Underwood. I mean, Mr. Libin, sorry.
Mr. Chair, if I may add in that we were in discussions with Moongate Water Company about the water supply and also meeting fire flows. my understanding, and Captain Herrera knows far better than I do, but my understanding is there are some areas out here with the less than the desired or required fire flow, time, duration, pressure. But in discussion with Moongate Water, likely a water tank will have to be added for specifically phases 4 and 5 that also benefits, that helps it, that meet those fire requirements, also improving fire flows to other parts of this. There's a 12-inch line in Dripping Springs. There's other significant water lines around, and they have adequate wells and water, but not adequate storage at pressure. And so that water tank that'll be required as part of this by Moongate will help with that, both for this subdivision and some of the surrounding area.
So Moongate's agreed to build a water tank?
Do you have that in writing for Moongate?
So
That's a legitimate question.
I didn't say that Moongate was going to build the tank.
Okay.
And some of the will serve is in writing, and where the water tank is sited, those kind of things. Not all of that's in writing, but the point that a water tank will be required is, and I can't say whether or not it's in writing, but that is known that a water tank is going to be required. We're figuring out where it's going to be sited, and there's lots of good choices going into that. If that sounds scary, but there's good choices that are going into that help improve the water flow both in this area and the surrounding area.
Okay.
So I'm not saying Moongate's paying for that tank.
Okay.
You did mention that Moongate would be, you said something along the lines of adding a water table, correct?
A water tank, if I misspoke.
A water
I'm sorry.
tank.
Yes, sir. At a desired elevation that provides adequate pressure for fire flow for phases 4 and 5, as well as improvements to the surrounding area.
It's not TPJ that will be building the tank. You're counting on Moongate.
So as Commissioner Jimenez noted, some of that isn't in writing yet, but the understanding, I will say, is that TPJ Investments is going to have to build a water tank with Moongate Water to provide adequate pressure to this.
With them.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I just want to be clear on this. As it currently stands, there are homes out there that do not have adequate fire flow to protect them according to IFC standards.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
But I'd like to ask, isn't that the condition throughout the county?
In some places, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Libin, please step forward. On your professional opinion, do you think that fire flow, adequate fire flow is a condition to approve or deny this case on the safety and general welfare of the public?
Mr. Chair, at the time of design of the infrastructure there, we go through several rounds of review with staff, including Captain Herrera, and working through making sure that adequate fire flow is included for all the homes that are to be built. And that, again, that is addressed at the time of design, but those are standard requirements of the UDC.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions for me?
Any further questions? Okay, we may call you back again.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess we're going to be able to call it to the public.
Do the applicants have anything?
Well, he was a representative for the applicant. Mr. Curry, Do you have any comments regarding this case?
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Paul Curry, 7576 Grapevine Canyon Court.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
I don't have a prepared read-out statement, but there are some comments I'd like to make to the Commissioners. When this zone change application was first published and the signs went up, certain people who live in Talavera went around and got a petition going, and they told the people that signed the petition that an apartment complex was going in. They told them that TPJ possibly was a mobile home development company out of Florida. They told them that it was going to be high-density housing, 6 to 8 homes per acre, and that a sewage plant was planned. And of course, the reason I can tell you that they told you this, because they took this petition to a local exercise club here in Las Cruces, and they were getting all the exercise people, and they told them, and one of the peoples was one of my civil engineers, was told directly this. And then several of my neighbors called me and said, "Are you doing an apartment complex?" No. Well, the people signing the petition said, "We are doing an apartment complex." So what I'm trying to tell you is, it was a myth. You know, it was a misconception. Now, I did call one of the people or contacted them, and they would not return to talk to me. So they never contacted us personally or our engineers to verify what was going on. So I'm going to just call it a myth and a misconception. I hope today that our engineer has busted that myth to the people that are here. We sent them a letter. Of course, letter coming from a developer is not as believed as a testimony given under sworn testimony here. But we have no intentions of doing that. We have a history of doing a beautiful development. We've done 3 phases. They're well received. People enjoy and live there. Now, one of the things is that there is a need for homes in Doña County. Our choice is to build it on farmland, which we have real problems with that. We'd like to save the farmland for the food. We can require 5 acres, we can require 2 acres, we can require 10, but we're not going to get the density we need for growth in Doña County. And we feel that 1 acre minimum is very adequate. There are teachers at the Centennial High School. They're married to firefighters. They would like to have a 1 acre home site. A 2 acre home site costs a lot more than a 1 acre home site. We're trying to build homes that are in the price range for home buyers. You know, I listened to the debate. I listened to Kamala Harris. One of her big proposals is part of her campaign, and it's also been one of Trump's big proposals, is they're going to try to get land all around landlocked cities released so that home sites can be cheaper for people. So that's just kind of that's not a true, well, that's a true statement, that both parties are intending to get BLM to start releasing land, and I believe that will happen. I'd like to thank you for considering this proposal. We will do a good job with it. We've been told by Moongate Water that they want a new tank, and we agreed to pay for it. Okay? But that's going to come under the UDC considerations. I wanted to bring that up because there's any question on that. On the first 3 subdivisions, we participated in $1 million water line and helped pay a big percentage of that brought the water from the Moongate well fields up north of Highway 70 and brought it down, and it serves Mirage and other areas of Talavera as well. And if we'd have done our development in 2007 or 8, we wouldn't need the new water tank. But since other developments have gone in, more water has been used, and they have enough flow, they tell us, in their pipeline. They're just needing more storage. So we're willing to assume that responsibility. But we need the density so that we can pay for the tanks, so we can pay for the arroyo crossings, so we can do the high-quality development that experience. And we believe 1 acre minimum is reasonable. And as Mr. Libben said, our development was approved under the old ETZ code, which has been completely superseded and bypassed. And we wanted to clarify everything, get rid of the covenants, and just come in under the new development code as D1L. And we believe that the neighbor properties up there in Mirage are all under that 1 acre restriction, and we don't see why we shouldn't qualify for that. But do you have any questions?
Commissioners?
No questions, just a comment, Mr. Curry. You know, I will agree with you. You know, I would really like to see Doña County move away from building on a lot of our farmland. I personally love going through farmland. I'm raised in New Mexico. I love Las Cruces. In fact, the whole Talavera area, I used to hike and, you know, love going out there. Now there's houses. Not only do we need homes, but more than anything, we need safe homes. And if we have the fire marshal here telling us that we have low water flow, and you're telling us that you're promising to put a tank, is there pen to paper on that promise to the tank to ensure that the houses that you are going to be building are in fact not just homes, but safe homes?
Yeah,
Pointless to
well,
put a home in an
according,
area when you show
Right,
up to
so
try to
we've
put out
already
a
met-
fire and the fire cannot be put out.
right. So at this point, we have fire hydrants all over Organ Mesa Ranch. And at the time we put them in, they all met the fire flows. Now, I have not personally measured the fire flow on each of those fire hydrants at this time. The fire marshal would know more about that. But the fire hydrants are there, and they will be there in the new development, you know, if we're able to go through with the development. So as our engineer stated, when the plat is submitted, that is the time when the details on the tank and stuff have to be worked out, not right now, because that's what the UDC calls for, and that's when it will be done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Now, there's 2 other partners here today, Tim and John, and I believe they probably have something to add to what I said. So thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Tim Curry, 5025 Acacia Road, Las Cruces.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to tell you anything different than Paul just told you, but I'd like to underline it. I did the numbers. I did the numbers for the project. We have tremendous infrastructure, and I know economics is not supposed to be what you approve things on. I know that. But that's not the way we feel. It's about economics. We have a ton of infrastructure, the water tank and the crossings. My numbers were telling me we needed more density. We looked at the UDC, we needed to rezone anyway. So we brought everything together. We're trying to pick up a handful of lots because we got to pay for this stuff. It doesn't, you know, if we don't pay for it with a few more lots, we will have to have higher prices. So it's squeezing a balloon. That's the whole reason we're looking for a little more density. We're not looking for a lot more. And we're not looking for any more than the adjacent 19 phases of Desert Mirage. We have, like, for example, phase 3, Oregon Mesa Ranch, all of those lots are 1 acre. It's exactly what we're gonna do here. So I just wanted to underline that. Economics, if you wanna help us to put a bridge or a water crossing in that the county doesn't have to, take care of for years, we need to sell a few more lots. It's just that simple.
Before you leave, we all know it's all about money. Am I correct?
What's that?
It's all about money,
Well, of course, yeah.
right? And a lot of that is basically self-imposed, don't you agree?
How do you mean?
Well, in other words, you just stated that you have a lot of infrastructure there, and we
Right.
understand that. And we appreciate that. It shows that you have concern about the community and the way you want to develop. And I compliment you on actually having a letter written to the community explaining what you intend to do and you would like to do with your property, right? But at the same time, we have to also understand that we have to follow some rules to the best of our ability to make sure that we are also as part of one for community development. And we understand that very well. However, there's some certain conditions regarding, even though Mr. Liebman did not specify that road infrastructure, level of highway on Dripping Springs has nothing to do with the application for the zone change. However, if we don't plan ahead for this, we have to make sure that everybody here understands what goes on. So at the same time, we have to make sure that level of highways have to sort of be considered, arroyo, septic tank discharge, who knows, maybe even an impact study. I don't know. We'll find out as we go. But thank you so much for giving us your statement. Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Do you think we should take a break before we?
That's you.
Go ahead.
My name is John Curry. I had a few comments.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
John Curry, 8101 Dripping Springs, Las Cruces.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All I want to do is emphasize the fact that we're citizens of Las Cruces as well, long-term family here. And our desire is to build neighborhoods that families enjoy and that are well-designed, that handle floodwaters well, and that are a contributor to our community. Our grandfather was the director of the New Mexico State University Agricultural Experiment Station. Dad was lifelong residents here. We're lifelong residents here. We're not a Florida trailer park. And we've already got proof of the kind of neighborhoods that we develop in phases 1, 2, and 3 of Oregon Mesa Ranch. When we went in there at that time, double penetration paving was being done out in this area. We went in with 2-inch asphalt, which was higher than we were required to. We went in with curb and gutter. We directed the water with curb and gutter in OMR phases 1, 2, and 3 into small, well-done ponds. And then we did not touch the arroyos, and we were very careful with the drainage that's occurred there. In the 15 years since the early 2000s, we've been through some terrible rains out there, and our streets and our ponding has all been handled really well. Certain areas out there have above-ground utilities, and we wanted to make sure that we didn't do that. So everything is buried and hidden. We even have a requirement that propane tanks be buried, so we don't want to look at the propane tanks. We're trying to do affordable neighborhoods that also have good covenants and good controls. We don't want geodesic domes built out there. We don't want weird stuff, and that's why we've written the covenants the way we have. So along with the curb and gutter and ponding that we've done and the park donation and the realignment of Dripping Springs and the bike lanes, we've already built the acceleration, de-acceleration lanes out there. We've carefully worked to move the plants where our roads went in. We moved those plants out and those plants were reused, and we do that again. Now on the north side, we've got to deal with a big arroyo to cross, and we've got terrible expenses. If we can do 20-something more lots, we can spread the cost of that bridge out over those lots and make it more affordable. And since Desert Mirage has 1 acre lots right next door, and it looks good and is doing well, we see no reason why we shouldn't be able to develop 1 acre lots as long as that doesn't constrict on the arroyos and this and that. So you have to discount the land where all the arroyos go. You have to discount the land where all the streets go. So you don't end up with a density of 1 acre lots. Your minimum lot size is 1 acre, but you actually are using up a lot more land than that. That last 40 acres up there has got 2 arroyos in it that we have to deal with. And that's why Mr. Libben was saying somewhere in the 20s, even though it's 40 acres, is all the number of lots we can get in there with a 1 acre minimum. So we pledge to continue our developing out there in the same manner that we've done phases 1, 2, and 3, something that all of us can be proud of, something that 20, 30, 40 years from now, you go by and it's in good shape and looks great. And so that's what we've been doing. That's what we plan to do. We're hoping that a lot of current Talavera residents out there become buyers as they want to move, love the area and want to move. Maybe they'll buy some more of the lots out there. So this is the last good land out there, and so we're excited about it, but we think that 1 acre minimum is a very reasonable request. It's what is right next door. It's worked well, and that's what we'd like to have you guys approve. So thanks for listening to us. We really appreciate it.
Real quick, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying you want to reduce the lot size in order to respect the arroyos and give people more
No, we don't
land.
want, we want the lot size to be 1 acre minimum, but this overall 2 acre total density, we can do 1 acre minimums, but our overall density will be a little less than 2 acres. We think we can pick up, instead 82 lots, somewhere 103 or 4, what was it? Somewhere in that number. So it's, what's killing us is this 2 acre overall density. Desert Mirage doesn't have to live with that. That
Desert
2 acre.
Mirage isn't before us today. Let's stick to
Yeah.
the case before us, please.
So that's correct. So if we can get the overall density down, 1 acre minimum lots, I don't know what it would end up being, Zach, if you could run the math. It won't be a 2 acre overall density, it'd be 1 point something. But on the original statement that the county had up there was adding 53 more lots. Well, they were throwing in the lots on that extra 40 acres, which wasn't part of it. It's not adding 50-something more lots to the 156 acres. It's adding 20. What? Low 20s to that 156 acres. So it was kind of confusing by us putting the 40 acres in there, but we needed to get it zoned in there and developed at the same time. To build that new water tank where we think it's going to go, we have to run the water down through that 40 acres to come down to the rest of the area. And the other comment I have on public benefit is the new and improved water system is going to provide much better water flow to other existing houses around there as well, according to Moongate, in talking with Jeff Cariano. It's not just helping us.
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
then what I'm hearing is that you want you want to be able to go as low as what, I guess that comes to like a 1.38 in that range for your lot, because you're designing around the natural arroyo system?
Absolutely, we're not touching them. We got to be, we've lived here all our lives. We don't want to be rerouting arroyos.
Okay.
So we just work around all of them. So 1 acre minimum on our home sites, but it's the 2 acre overall density, which includes streets and arroyos, that's our problem. We need that number removed. We just want it 1 acre minimum home sites. And then we'll work around the arroyos and all that, and working with the county and staff so that everybody's happy with it. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
So we were pretty shocked at this petition, pretty shocked at people being upset with us. When we did phases 1, 2, and 3, we went to the Talavera Homeowners Association. Before we even started, we laid out all of our stuff with them. We actually had the president of the Homeowners Association come before this commission back in the early 2000s and say, for the first time, we're going to tell you we support this development. We want people supporting us and behind it. The Curry brothers are not interested in big wars and big fights. We want to do something that's great for the community, not make a lot of people upset. I just think there's been some misunderstandings. And as my brother Paul said, there were some real, he used the word myth, I would use a different word, about what we were planning that just weren't true. Other questions? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
No, they're good. That's it.
Okay. Okay, I think I would, before we hear from the general public, I'd like to take about a 5 to 10 minute break. So Okay, please be seated. We've been shaking a lot of hands. So anyway. Okay, can somebody close the doors back there? Can you please close the doors back there? Eileen?
The first gentleman that wishes to speak is Steve Taro.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So Eileen, did you say he was a community representative?
No, sir, he actually has to leave early, so I spoke with Ms. Parco, and she asked to let him go ahead and...
Okay. We're going to swear you in.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Steve Taro, 4970 Cripple Creek, Las
Do you-
Cruces, New Mexico.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Having been a resident of Las Cruces since
Step forward to the mic.
a resident of Las Cruces since 1978 and a resident of Talavera since 2012, I've watched the growth specifically up in the Talavera area. One of the things that I have noticed is Organ Mesa Ranch and the development that has taken place has been professional, it's attractive. I'm proud of the work that they have done with those communities. When they mentioned that they were going to do some additional development to the north of Dripping Springs, I'm in favor of it because I've seen the work that they've done in the past. They've done a good job. It's well managed, very professional. They plan ahead. So I fully support the proposal. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Ms. Parco?
Good morning, Clerk Committee and Chair. Ms. Parco has asked me to
We're gonna
speak prior to her, and I'm now prepared to swear in.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Griffin Allen, 5500 Ladera Canyon.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
And as a point of order, before the clock starts, I've been asked as a proxy to read a letter from somebody who was unable to attend in person. I kindly request without objection that that clock start when I commence reading this letter. Dated September 6th from Mr. Bernie Digman, 4949 Modoc Trail. Dear members, I'm writing in favor of retaining the current zoning for the property north of Soledad Canyon in the Organ Mason development and opposing increasing the density. I consider it a matter of public safety. I have served on the District 15 Volunteer Fire Department since 1998. Since I became a resident of the Talavera neighborhood in the district, I have seen a very significant increase in the density of structures. At the same time, we have seen a very significant reduction in the membership of the fire department. At one point, we had around 25 active members on the roster who lived in the district. Today, we have 3. We also serve the Los Alturas neighborhood. Currently, we only have 1 firefighter who is certified to enter a burning structure. This is not a unique problem to Doña County. Departments across the nation are and have been experiencing a significant drop in persons willing to do this work. Doña has consolidated all of their departments into 3 administrative areas to try to better serve the population. However, the county still has a dearth of members. The nearest mutual aid station to the one in Talavera is the NMSU station. They are not always available to assist. Currently, they respond to more than 98% of the EMS calls in both the Talavera and Las Alturas neighborhoods. The next available mutual aid station is on Carver Road and Highway 28, and then in Oregon. I speak only for myself, not the Doña Ana Fire and Rescue Departments. However, having served for 26 years, I find that allowing a higher density than currently allowed is not serving the citizens of this county. It is adding more EMS and fire burden to a system that currently is not staffed for the population they serve. I would ask that until the county fire and rescue services are adequately staffed, that no additional burden be imposed. Leave the zoning as is, please. Signed, Bernie Digman.
Excuse me. We'll ask you to come after a while, not now. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. That was an attempt to yield time that I did exceed. And at this point in time, in lieu of any follow-on or questions with regard to this letter that I've been asked to read, I would like to restart the clock for my own comments. That being said, I would like to point out that, Mr. Chair, you were asked a direct question with regard to the adequate water supply for fire safety, and I would like to point out and emphasize that you did receive a response, but you did not receive an answer. I also would like to point out that the egregious incompetence of the traffic analysis is obvious, and as we audibly confirmed here in the room, it's been confirmed and validated by the attendees here. I also thank you for stopping the proceedings on the part of the county to reiterate and emphasize the purpose of this committee. And I would like to follow on to emphasize that the purpose of this committee is not to fortify the bottom line and profitability of one single private entity at the expense of a community, at the expense of quality of life, at the expense of safety, at the expense of the environment. That is not your purpose. Also, I would like to point out that as a management consultant that has worked with management municipal planning organizations on a far larger scale than this, historically and consistently, whenever I've seen applications such as this, to approve them has caused irreparable, unrecoverable harm. And to make such an approval could be deemed just an egregiously, recklessly irresponsible thing to do. Thank you so much for your kind attention, and I respectfully stand for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Parco?
Eileen, we're just gonna go as they're signed in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the procedure is when you step forward, we're gonna swear you in. Thank you.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Doña Particle 4435, Organa Salud.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And if you can just make sure everyone is speaking into the microphone, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
My name is Anya Particle, and the first thing I would like to introduce to the committee, please. Under oath, the applicant introduced hearsay. Respectfully request that the committee disregard comments about apartments, sewage, and plants, and et cetera. It's a valid point. I live in the community, and I love, and please take the clock off because I think my applicant had more time, and I'm the petition, I'm the representative. So if you take me off the clock, just in this instance, please. It drives me crazy. Please, may I have a little bit more extended time, please, sir? Which was agreed to.
She wants a little more
Okay.
time, Mel. She wants the clock turned off.
What's that?
Because it was agreed to
Who's controlling the
representative.
clock, Eileen?
It's off.
Okay,
So
thank
it's
you,
just going to
appreciate
be
it.
up there.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you. I moved here from different country. I think we live in a miraculous place. And I think Dripping Spring is not just another land, which, I know it is land for sale. I know it has replicants of land, but it's more than that. It's really a truthful identity for many Las Crucians, New Mexicans. If you have a first date, you take to Dripping Springs. I mean, if people want to feel freedom, they take a bike ride to Dripping Springs. It's not just a land. And the condition, when was applicant said that the condition have not changed, there are two changes. Number one, the monument. This was by Obama Barack sign, which basically identified that we do have diversity of life, plants, and they said that even they extended to 5 miles of international space. So it's correct, it's not adjacent, but it is part of the full form of structure of the monument in front of it. So I think it is not precise to say that it does not apply to it, because if the Organ Monument even explore 5 miles, that is within 5 miles of it. I believe what I wrote in petition, we received 1,065 signatures under duress. Most people believe in this town that Dripping Springs is a special place. And we believed, we only really specify and emphasize that the change of density to 1 acre will make a difference in the flora and the desert and the animals. And that was the purpose of petitions. And then many people who live here, that's where people take hikes, bikes, walks. They feel proud of Dripping Springs. That was the only determination of our petitions to submit to you, to understand that it's just more than land to us. And I come from farming family, and the old say is, if you take care of the land will take care of you. And as many people know, I clean up the desert every Sunday. I spend about 10 to 12 hours a month to clean up the desert because it's in paradise with the trash. So it's not me just saying it. I really truly believe it. I do I live by my words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Parko. Good morning. Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Todd Parko, 4435 Oregon Mesa Loop.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
1 second. Can we have them turn the clock back on, please?
There's going to be 3 representatives that asked to speak for a little bit longer, and then we'll begin the clock at 2 minutes per Commissioner Acosta.
Thank you.
So my name's Todd Parko. I am a resident of Las Cruces since 2005. I am a local pediatric dentist. I am a professor at Texas Tech, and I'm also a small developer here in town. I currently am I have extended Loman Boulevard and have built Las Cruces storage. And so my belief is, I think the men sitting here today are good men, but if you look at the mass of people here are against developing that area for safety reasons, for water concerns, for the animal and the flora that's there. We love the desert. But as a businessman, Mr. Acosta, Chair, you are correct. This is all about money. And I think it's misleading for the gentleman, TVJ, Tim John, their organization, to actually say they're just gonna spread the cost around. The market will only bear so much for that land. The answer is it'll be less profit for them. So the question that we have to ask ourselves is, do we want to go against what the community may want, what's safe and what's best for them, or do we want to make sure we add more profit? Because the 3 men that are making the request and their representatives are probably 3 of the richest men in this room. So I truly encourage the commission to look at what's best for the community, for each of us that live in that area, that respect the land, and for would like the change not to occur, that we leave it a 2-acre minimum for each site. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karen Perez. Good morning. Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Karen Pettis, 5113 Rock House Road.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Not sure if I want to see you or see my paper, so you'll be a little blurry here. Is there, I know that I only have 2 minutes. If I could, it may take me a little bit more than that, but I need the aerial photo back up that either from Mr. Perfect. So I'm looking at a couple of things. I should say up front, I'm a registered professional engineer in New Mexico. I've lived in Talavera since 1994. I'm an alum of NMSU, yay. And I moved here in 1989. Been here for a while, certainly have watched our area build and grow. And one thing I'd like to point out to you is you can see where Desert Mirage and Organ Mesa Ranch and Miners Ridge, sorry to offend my neighbors there, but you can see that that's a big difference from the rest of the area as it's established. So a couple of things to point out, and one clarification, fire flow, you need a minimum 6-inch line for fire flow. I'll just throw that in because that's what I do for a living. One of the things that the engineer had put, either in his presentation or otherwise, that because of Baylor Canyon being improved, we now have 2 entrances and exits out of Dripping Springs. When we built out Baylor Canyon, I say we, the county, now we've quadrupled the traffic out there because everyone who goes to White Sands, nobody wants to go up Highway 70, cuts off 12 miles for the people who live out here to be able to go out Baylor Canyon. So that traffic was never considered in the original traffic impact analysis. One other point is we're talking about traffic, pipelines, drainage, and that kind of thing. We don't look at we don't look at the cumulative impact. We don't look at the precedent that we set. Where whatever the body was that approved Desert Mirage, they were piggybacking off of this concept of cluster development. And cluster development basically says, hey, it's more effective for infrastructure. This is, of course, when you have infrastructure that's built for the community itself to cluster the houses together. So what they did is they went in and said, okay, I've got 400 acres, I'll build 200 lots. I'm just rounding up. It's an average of 2 acres. I'm one of the original people out there. I think I was the original 150. We have 2.5 acre lots. When the UDC came in, they kind of rounded it down to 2 acre lots, and that's how the zoning was established. So we're looking at Desert Mirage and saying, because it was approved, we can piggyback off of that forever. And we really can't. That was not done in good faith. It wasn't done as a cluster development, as a proper thing, and it drives me nuts when we say, well, we're going to put in something, establish a precedent, and then repeat the same mistake over and over. I think that's the definition of insanity. But just some technical things, and I'll try and talk really quickly. The more dense it is, and you have septic tanks out there, and we do have people with groundwater wells in the area, the more likely you are to have groundwater contamination. As you get down to the lower part of Talavera, you have more potential for groundwater contamination. I asked for the aerial because, and maybe not everybody knows this, but if you can read the aerial, look to the north of Dripping Springs and look at the densities of the drainage area and that floodplain in there. There are 3 huge floodplains that come down from the Organ Mesa on the north side. I haven't seen anybody bring those up for some reason because they are FEMA mapped floodplains, except the interesting thing is 2 of them, the study area stopped right at the boundary of the Curry property. So they weren't studied when it was restudied in 2016. So it's interesting, but it doesn't mean that the water, just because the floodplain is cut off at the property boundary, doesn't mean that God cut it off at the foot of the Organ Mountains. That thing flows crazy high. If we zoom in on the photo, which I don't know if it'll show on this one, but it shows on the other aerials, after the development on the north side was built, the arroyos were clustered into it and channelized, and that's a little disingenuous the way that it was represented. But because there is a kind of it's like a levee. There's a big pile of dirt in there. You can see it on the aerial photo. Don't know where that came from, but all of that flow is now channelized against Dripping Springs. I point this out because that arroyo that used to be about 40 feet wide is now 85 feet wide because all that flow is channeled in there. So the littler area you have, the deeper it flows, the more erosion damage it does. I want to point out and remind you that the downstream impact is to Elephant Butte Irrigation District. There's an earth dam down there that protects the NMSU property, lower properties, but that's an EBID property. Sorry, I'm almost done.
Okay, one more thing.
Yes.
And all your issues that
I
you.
think I'm done with the drainage. It'll take me 2 minutes. Okay, so the 4 downstream impact, people that will be impacted, or properties that will be impacted, are EBID in the Earth Dam, Centennial High School, the Farm and Ranch Museum, and the transmission line for El Paso Electric. So keep that in mind when we're going to channelize that flow, increase the flow due to more impermeable area, more development. You have a chance of a bigger downstream impact to some pretty important businesses, commercial areas, and public properties. And yeah, I'll leave it at that because I think the other ones will be covered by other people.
And the issues that you brought up,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lippman will address them as we go, okay?
I like that.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, we will now be starting the clock at 2 minutes. Danuta Frazier? Norm Gruner? Good morning. Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Norman Bruner, 4432 Oregon Mesa Loop.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
I'd like to just start before I say my statement that on the 24th of August, I went out to do some petitions in the Loop. And I'd been out to 2 houses when at 1:09 p.m. I got a call from Paul Curry that he was concerned about me going around with a petition and would like to know what I was concerned about. And I told him that when I Googled TPJ Investments, it came up as a mobile home park developer in Florida. And I did not know that they were TPJ Investments here in Las Cruces, which would have been nice if they'd put that on the sign at the height so that we knew that. And then also my concern was going to 1-acre lots in there with the 6,000 square foot option if a deep-pocketed developer wanted to put in a public sewer system or wastewater system, would be allowed 4 to 5 homes possibly per acre, which could be 350 homes over there. Those are my 2 concerns I told to Paul. He said, obviously, we're not a mobile home park. I got that. And we do not want to put in 6,000 square foot lots. Okay, I can live with that if he sticks that. Anyways, what I'd like to say to the zoning commission, thank you for having me here. When the zoning was approved in 2002 for 192 single-family home sites, the board looked at soils, slopes, and drainage as part of the approval process, setting the carrying capacity of 192 home sites. The completed phases of Oregon Mesa Ranch have 110 single-family home sites that have been developed, leaving 82 sites to finish the project under the approvals by the zoning in 2002. What has changed in the 20-plus years since the approval that would allow an additional 53 home sites? The land certainly has not changed in regards to soil, slopes, and drainage. I feel the cap of 82 remaining single-family home sites would allow the completion of Oregon Mesa Ranch development in a way that carries over the character of phases 1, 2, and 3, while allowing the investors a fair profit based on existing lot prices in the Talavera area. I would ask the planning board to approve only 82 single-family home sites as originally granted by the ETZ board. And I would like to say that I really think phases 4 and 5 should go forward with this approval, but 6 should be something separate. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Trish Higdon? Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Patricia Higdon, 7775 Baldy Peak Way, Las Cruces.
Do you
Please
affirm the
step forward.
testimony?
Step forward to the microphone. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Patricia Higdon,
little closer.
7775
Yeah.
Baldy Peak Way.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
I've lived in Oregon Mesa Ranch for about 19 years, and I've watched the community grow. And I thought, because I had done my homework before I bought my property, I knew what the outcome was going to be. but that doesn't seem to be the case now. I think the thing that we all must admit, there are 3 people who are going to profit if this is made. And I like the Currys. They have been friends, so this is strictly business. But Paul had a sign for sale on this property for at least 2 years. And then the sign went down. And a while later, I noticed there was this notice, and I went over. It was about the zoning change, which I'd never heard of. And I thought, now that's a little strange. And it brought something to my mind that I want to share with you. I wonder if these brothers have finally, after all of these years, managed to get a buyer for this property, but there's a condition of sale that this zoning be changed. If that's the case, it's more proof that it only is going to profit these 3 people. So I believe that your staff recommended that you deny this request, and I too ask that you deny this request.
Let me advise you. We take everything into consideration regarding approval or denial of a case, okay? So make sure that you know that our position is safety and general welfare of the public.
I
Thank you very
understand
much for
that.
your comment.
I understand that. Thank you.
Deanna Keenan. Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Deanna Keenan, 3949 Loma Bella Drive.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi. I was born in Las Cruces and very proud of it. I'm here because of the safety and security of the public. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month or 2 ago, I was driving from my home to the airport, and I plan on 2 hours to the airport, and there was an accident on Dripping Springs Road, and the whole street was shut down. So I had to turn around and drive all the way around and go through Baylor Canyon Road, and it added 42 minutes to my ride. Thank goodness I wasn't having a heart attack, or I needed to get to a hospital, so I'm just more concerned about safety.
So your question is ingress and egress to your property, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Alexandra McComas. Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Alexandra McComas, the address is 3925 Vista Estrella Court.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to just comment that I don't have any issues with the quality and development of Organ Mesa and the like properties. I've lived out there for 17 years, but I do have safety issues, and one of which was just brought up by Deanna. We were there. Many of us were stranded. We could not get out due to the accident. And that is a long way around. So for emergency purposes, that would have been very detrimental, just not an air flight that you had to make. There was talk many, many years, and I've been back there 17 years, of Missouri kind of connecting in. And that has never materialized, or any discussion has ever further development. That would have been a little bit shorter of a route, but we do only have one way in and one way out. And the traffic has significantly increased. And whenever there's an issue, we just had that accident. There was also, one of the things I'd like to see if the fire commissioner would answer after I'm done here, is that when you brought up the adequate flow and pressure issues of our fire hydrants, I don't know how many of us are aware of any of the inadequacies and where they lie. How often do they test them? How often, is it annually? Is it periodically? Is it zone-wise? And do they have any kind of an obligation to notify us whose homes are in those areas where there is inadequate flow? That home would be in jeopardy, and we should probably know that. So that would be a real concern with adding any more onto the pressure issues of Moongate water. And then thirdly, it is a very outdoor environment. We have a lot of our own people that choose the outdoor sports. The Dripping Springs area is, you have outdoor people, sports going on, but there's probably a lot that come in also that are taking advantage of our beautiful area back there. So we have a lot of pedestrians and runners and bikers. And with, I think, the way that it is right now, that the traffic flow would be a real concern. It's totally inadequate, it seems like, for us right now.
Thank you.
Wait, 1 second. Chief Herrera,
Question, yeah?
I'm gonna, can she talk to you about fire flow at her home? Okay, so you should-
Personally?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Scott Young. Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Scott Young, 3915 Vista Estrella, here in Las Cruces.
And do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yeah, mine is not so much a concern about housing. We built out there, absolutely love it out there. I have no qualms with other people building homes and loving that area. My concern is public safety. And I've heard a couple different discussions. There's a bike trail. Well, that bike trail is literally a sign that says bike trail, and it's the side of the road. It's literally the edge of the road. They recently repaved Dripping Springs Road. They cut it from the outside line only in. So that whatever was a bike trail is literally just potholes. So if you're driving up, and I asked before you pass a vote, to vote on this at all, go out there on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning and just watch the number of bikers. And they're in the road because they can no longer ride on the edge of the road, which used to be a bike trail. So I would ask that there's, before I get to this other point, also, if you go on between 6 and 7 to go to the grocery store this time of year, the Centennial High School uses Dripping Springs as for their cross-country team. Those students cannot run on the edge of the road in the dark. They're running in the road, running over on the rocks. They're not as old as myself, and they're probably not going to twist an ankle like I would if I was doing that. But we have to think about adding, we've added 100 more homes, 150 homes, 2-3 cars per home. They're not all going to be at the road at the same time, but that's just a lot of public safety issues. So I would ask if their homes are allowed to be built, there actually is a bike path or a running path literally to the side that is built as well for public safety. Protect those students at Centennial High School and to protect all the bikers who use that road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chindi Peavy.
Please step forward to the mic. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Chindi PV, 4957 Ruby Mine Road.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can be real quick. I oppose the change in the zoning. I understand that they bought the land to develop, and I'm fine with that, but I think they should stick with the agreement they already made. And I'd also like to reiterate the last speaker. They did just repave Dripping Spring, but they did not pave. It sounds like the money was tight, so they only did strictly where the cars go, and they didn't do the bike lanes on either side. And I have also seen many bikes on the road, so I really don't think that that road can take extra traffic, and it doesn't sound like the county has the money to pave it properly in the way that it should be paved. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Boker. Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
John Boker, 5095 Achenbach Court.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
A lot of the comments, good morning, a lot of the comments, I don't want to hash over, but it is, as I've seen this morning based off my notes, and I've added to them since I've been here, is that the county needs to do a deep dive, more deliberate analysis of all the infrastructure requirements out there. To me, from what I heard today, things are kind of flapping in the wind. There's old studies that have been done, not updated with what we're being proposed here, and it's kind of hard to make heads or tails of it. But infrastructure, we're talking water, septic, power requirements, fire station requirements. Fire station, obviously to put out the fire, but homeowners insurance. Over the years, again, the question comes up, what level is your fire station? It impacts on your homeowners insurance. And if we have a problem right now, we're going to have a problem in the future. Roads, the county has currently avoiding a bullet. I almost watched a person become a hood ornament today in a route here behind a mountain on a truck. A bicyclist almost got whacked. This is nothing new. We've had multiple accidents, as has been shown here. People have to divert through Baylor Canyon. If our backup for fire is coming from NMSU and that road is shut down, what happens then? Yeah, it was a road accident, but that was a potential scene if somebody died to be a crime scene. If they shut that down and it's not passable, where are we? As your house burns or EMS can't get out to service you. That's a problem. The county is on the hook for that problem. A piece not talked about, and you may kind of giggle, but it's coming. With every development, with every new housing area comes crime and mischief. We rarely see Doña County out there patrolling. They're out there, but they're out there normally because people are breaking the law, passing, speeding, passing in the double yellow. As a routine, we don't see them. And there's a lot of law enforcement folks who live out there. But the reaction time to get out there when somebody's in need is going to be a little while. I will tell you, human nature, from the time somebody puts dirt on a backhoe until somebody puts an alarm system in the house, there's going to be problems out there. What's the county's plan for that piece? As a perception is reality, okay? People I've talked to, my neighbors, this is about profit for the developer. This is about revenue for the county. The question, underlying tone, people are asking is, when is the city going to make a move to claim it as city limits? And just as a reminder, and I'll be done here, with the authority comes the responsibility. So you have the authority to make a decision, and you have the responsibility, and we, the taxpayers, the citizens, will hold you accountable. Okay, but I'm telling you, the county has dodged a bullet so far, but it's coming. There's going to be fatalities on that road. There's going to be some other incidents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Cravens? Tom Cravens? Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Tom Cravens, 7550 Pyramid Peak Lane.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. Lots of stuff here. My wife and I had a big discussion about this, and we're both fine with either, whether this passes and is approved or whether it's not passed and not approved. Forward progress, change, development, it's coming one way or the other. The question before this committee is whether or not we do it in a thoughtful, appropriate manner. There have been so many issues brought up, so many questions asked about public safety, about the safety of our environment and what we're going to do and how we're going to handle it. I asked that, just as the gentleman before me said, hey, let's take a deep dive into this and make sure we're doing the right thing for the community. I would like to address one point that was made earlier. I did sign Anya's petition. All of these rumors about trailer parks and apartments, that's not why I signed the petition. I signed the petition because I think this needs to be looked at very closely before a decision is made, and I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Helen Zagona? Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Helen Zagona, 40202 Barossa Road.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for listening to all of us. I just wanted to say that I am a bicyclist. I ride Dripping Springs Road frequently. Our house was built in 2003, and in the 21 years since then, the traffic has gone up exponentially. We have many, many, many more homes and thousands more cars on that road. There is not a bicycle lane on Dripping Springs Road from the Talavera area into town. I don't know where the bicycle lanes that they're talking about that they put up are. It might be on Soledad Canyon Road, which do have really good bicycle lanes. But as far as bicycle lanes on Dripping Springs Road, there is no bicycle lane. There's no safe way for a bicyclist to get from the Talavera area into town. I also want to point out that this 2-lane country road that we, thousands of people, have to use every day goes directly through an arroyo that floods frequently. And so traffic is completely stopped. We do not have any kind of ambulance or safety or emergency services in our area, and they only can go through that road in order to get to us. We often have to have the university people come out if there's an accident or something like that. So keep in mind that increased density here is going to be a real problem on Dripping Springs Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Godby. Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Bill Godby, 4940 Modoc Trail.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity here. I'm a resident of Talavera. I live in what was the 4th house built out there, which is a hand-built house. It's an interesting place. But, and I have been there since 2009, so not a long time, but I have seen all this development that has occurred and the traffic that has followed. But I'd like to just make a couple of quick points. Mr. Curry, one of the brothers, indicated, referenced Kamala Harris and her business about housing and so forth. Be clear, these lots sell for about $175,000 to $200,000, and these houses are roughly $700,000 to $800,000. If you look right now in Oregon Mesa, want to buy a house, you're not going to buy a $200,000 house. You're not going to buy a $300,000 house. So this isn't what Kamala Harris is talking about. Okay, roads and bike lanes. So to be clear on roads, bike lanes, you know, Dripping Springs has not been improved, and no, there is no bike lane. And I would appeal to you folks for anything you're involved in when bike lanes come up, that there's a really nice definition that shows a bike lane that is separated from the road, not just a 3-foot line on the side of the road and it is being called a bike lane. It's not a bike lane. Soledad, yes, it's been improved, Federal Highways project. There's a decent bike lane and a walking lane there, very nice. So just wanted to mention that. I'm an archaeologist, worked at White Sands Missile Range for 15 years. Did a lot of NEPA analysis, National Environmental Policy Act. And one of the things that's very important is cumulative impacts when we would do a review on a project. And I would appeal to you folks to, when we're looking at this project as well as any other projects, that you look at the wider activity, other things that are happening. In this case, you mentioned or Albert did in his presentation, there's going to be 150 new homes that are going to go. That's 300 cars. That's more water. All of that is part of a cumulative impact, and it's really important to consider that. And regarding water, I would like to just point out, we easily seem to say, yeah, Moongate's going to provide the water. What is Moongate's capacity? Their water is coming from the Jornada del Muerto Basin. And, okay, I'm almost done. That is a highly variable water supply. I just don't feel comfortable that we can just keep building all, and this is Las Cruces, all the apartments going up, and then believe that we're going to have enough water. And we really need to consider that. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Gregory Warmoth. Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Gregory Warmoth, 26 Squattus Canyon Road, Las Cruces.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. May it please the commission, I've lived in Talavera for 20 years, and as I look at this proposal to change the density again, I'm reminded of the parable of the frog boiling in the pot. And the frog was dealing with a constant increase in temperature, and what we're dealing with is developers constantly trying to increase the density. Mr. Curry mentioned at the end about the Talavera Association, Owners Association, approving this plan. Yeah, that was the plan that they wanted to change right now, the 20-acre density plan. But now that's not enough. They built phases 1, 2, and 3, knowing that 192 house limit. They knew that they were supposed to, that was averaging a 2-acre density. Instead, what they did was they built houses as close as they could to 1 acres, respecting arroyos and such, but now they want us to increase the density of the remaining phases so that they can keep that 1 acre density. They point to the exception of Desert Mirage as a justification. You've heard, from your own staff, that is contrary to everything that has happened before and since, that was a one-off because of that cluster designation that the developers sold us on back then. Now they want to tell you that, as far as this boiling of the pot, we'll deal with the traffic down the road. We'll figure that out after we get this change. We'll figure out the water after we get this change. We all know what will happen if they get that change right now. They claim that the change conditions that support even require approving their request. They mentioned the increase in the road. The only real changes that have happened is increased traffic, continued drought, and a designation of the national monument. None of those things support this change, and I would ask you to follow the recommendation of your staff and deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. We agreed not to have any applause or yelling or screaming. If I have to clear the whole gallery, I will. Please don't do that. Let's have respect for one another, okay? Thank you.
Joe Archuleta. Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Joe Archuleta, 5054 Los Padre Mine Road.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. So most of my comments have been heard here already, but I oppose the request for changes to the item out there, but one of the biggest problems out there is traffic increase. I retired for Sandia National Laboratories in Albuquerque and came back home to Las Cruces and built a home in Talavera. So we've been out there since 2016. And we've seen traffic increase exponentially. I mean, it's really, really heavy. Somebody talked about Gripping Springs being improved. I'm sorry, all the way to Baylor Canyon. Baylor Canyon is still labeled as open range. Anytime you drive through there during the course of the day, you'll find cattle hanging out there. There's a couple of times I come around a curve and there's a steer standing right in the middle of the road. So that is not a road to access our development out there. Bicycle signs are along Gripping Spring roads. I mean, as people have said, I've nearly hit people, especially coming around Tortugas Hill, they're on those curves. And there's hardly any room. bicyclists, sometimes they don't really pay attention. I came in around one back a year ago from the basketball game late at night, came around the curve, and there was a car that looked like it hit a bicyclist. The bicyclist was laying on the road with a broken leg. Luckily, I was going slow enough to not hit one of them, but so it's pretty dangerous. Going from 2 acre to 1 acre lots, to me, that's just trying to get more people up there to soak the buyers to build bridges and whatnot. Seems like developers have enough money to do that as it is. And if you go along Soledad Canyon, when it was improved a couple years ago, we went overboard with signs for bicycles. There's stop signs on every road, even if you have dirt roads. I have people that come to visit me and they're stopping along the road saying, what's going on? So that's funny, but that's how it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I believe I've gotten everybody that has signed up to speak for this case.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Albert, would you please come forward again? Okay, explain to us again. Unravel this case a little bit better.
Will, can you go back to my PowerPoint, please? Thank you. Commissioner, I'm just going to go down to my, my last slide. I'll stop on this one here first. Just to remind the commission that, since Desert Mirage was approved, and they were basically the only ones that were able to build at a 1 acre, minimum lot size. After that, after Desert Mirage, I think, everybody else that came forward, they pretty much ended up with the ER2 density. They were still able to build that 1 acre, 1 acre lots, but the density overall was still to remain at a, at a 2 acre minimum. This one here, it hasn't been developed yet, but they had 26 acres. They gave them 13 lots, 40 acres, 18 lots. La Jolla, 40 acres, 18 lots. Mystic Winds, 31 acres, 18 lots. And then, of course, the subject parcel today, about 400 acres, 192 lots. Those were all zone change decisions that were done by the ETA in the early, 2000s. We saw the pictures, you saw our recommendation, but I'm just going to go, just to go over, my recommendations again. We are recommending denial as it's being presented, with the 156 acres, D1L getting rid of that, of the number 1 condition, converting the 40 acres, which are zoned for R5L to D1L. Overall, the whole submittal as presented, we are recommending a denial. The second part to that is, because this PNC does have the right to either deny, approve, or approve of conditions, if the PNC wishes to move with an approval, we are recommending, the following, the following conditions. All residential lots, shall be limited to a 1 acre minimum. And the reason I added that one in there, it's because, like you heard from the public, there were a lot of concerns about sewer being available and the developer being able to go to higher density. There were concerns about 6,000 square foot lots. There were concerns about apartments, that kind of stuff. So, we want that to be in there, that it's at a 1 acre minimum, no matter what. And, after looking at the, zone change history cases, that were approved back in the early 2000s, we're also recommending that, if it is approved, that R5L, that 40 acre parcel, also be granted the zone change, but still keeping, the 2 acre minimum density, per lot. And that's in the spirit of all the other examples that we saw, from the past. So just to recap, like I said, I mean, overall, as presented, we are recommending a denial. But if the P&Z chooses to approve it with conditions, those are the conditions that staff is recommending.
So Albert, what's the effect of the 1 acre minimum lot on condition number 1 on the total number of lots?
For number 1, and just to be clear, we're still requesting that the 82 lot sizes, the 82 lots, that stays, that's intact, and that's per the ETA order.
So the 192 lot max would still be in effect?
That will still be in effect for phases 4 and 5.
Okay.
And if we're considering phase 6, which is a 40-acre parcel, to approve it, but leave it at a 2-acre density.
And that would give them approximately how many lots? It's not 20.
As presented, well, they would have 82 lots for phases 4 and 5.
Right.
And if we take in the 40-acre subdivision R5L and give them a 2-acre density, that's an additional 20.
But you have to take out for roads for the arroyos.
Yeah.
So it's going to be around 17, 18 lots maybe.
That's correct.
Okay.
So that's our recommendation, and we should probably give the applicant an opportunity to at least answer some of the comments from the public.
So as it stands, they could add, they're allowed to add 82 lots to the big parcel and about, 8 lots to the little parcel?
If the zone change is denied by right, they can have 82 on phase 4 and 5. Phase 6 would be capped at 5-acre minimums.
Okay.
Do you understand that, Commissioners? Okay. Question? Okay. All right. Thank you, Albert. We're going to bring back Mr. Lippin. There was a lot of questions from the general public, and I'm sure you can address them. Anyway, Mr. Curry explained it quite well. And I'd like to follow up with that. So the general public can understand density and the lot size and addressing the arroyos. And so we'll start there, wherever you want to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the
Get
opportunity.
closer to the microphone so we can hear you.
That's better. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to address the additional concerns. As you mentioned, I do want to address arroyos as developed in Organ Mesa Ranch 1, 2, and 3. All of the arroyos were placed into easements to protect the arroyos from being developed, and by the covenants, so the easements are recorded on the plat that they can't be developed, can't be obstructed, can't be changed. The covenants require that only the home site can be cleared, that is not to be, they're not to be clear lots like the 50-foot wide lots in the city where obviously the whole lot is cleared and there's walls on all sides. It's not, the covenants don't allow for that in the first 3 phases. And similar covenants are planned, is my understanding. But again, the arroyos are placed in easements. The plan is that none of the arroyos would be changed, modified, obstructed, other than where the roads have to cross. And so then culverts and bridges will be designed to handle the design storms of the Unified Development Code, including the 10-year and 100-year storm. So those arroyo easements, as mentioned by Ms. Pettis, the FEMA has not studied this far out that way. So there are no floodplains out that way. That actually doesn't make anybody's life easier. It's easier when those are delineated and you can say, we're not touching this part. Instead, we have to come up with that. But those will be determined, and those limits of what those 100-year storm and 10-year storm, the UDC required storms, those will be designed to not be obstructed, not cause any additional flooding. And then as the UDC requires, there will be ponding both for the runoff generated by the road and by the home sites, the added impervious surfaces, specifically with on-lot ponding, as everything out there is, because nobody wants a regional pond out there. So the ponding and the requirements of the UDC should prevent any increase in runoff that impacts anybody downstream or changes anything upstream. Again, accommodating the arroyos that are coming in and accommodating the arroyos that are going out with easements to prevent those from being obstructed 100 years from now. So that was done in the first 3 phases on the plat and are planned to be done the same way to protect those easements. They also make for great corridors for view shed and wildlife and everything too, as part of the purpose of leaving those arroyos and easements. Fire flow was mentioned several times. And again, the UDC and working with the fire marshal, there are requirements for providing adequate fire flow, providing adequate fire hydrants for this development. And as I mentioned, the water tower that's planned, or the water tank, and it's not necessarily a tower, it is at an elevation to provide pressure and improve fire flows for other houses, not just within this Organ Mesa Ranch, because water infrastructure was put in to serve this, as Mr. Curry had mentioned before, was put in, and they had a willing, ready, and willing, able, and ready to serve letter from Moongate, but additional development has come in that reduced that capacity of the water at pressure. And so that's why the additional water tank is required. So the point is that water tank will help benefit other homes, not just the homes in this development. You are correct that Mr. Curry summarized it well, and I'm going to struggle to do it just as well as he did. But the summary is their goal is to achieve 1 acre lots that are, personally, I don't consider that dense, and develop a nice subdivision with the curb and gutter, even beyond the county requirements, to develop a nice subdivision there that is similar to the one next door in terms of density. The 2 acre density of other areas further south and east may be appropriate in planning wise, working away from the less dense, working towards the city. The zoning is increasing closer and closer to downtown. This is obviously not near downtown, but it does make for good planning to have that transition. And this is, again, on the west side of the other 1 acre lots and transitioning on out to the 5 acre lots that are further east. So I don't know if I summarized that as well as Mr. Curry, but I tried.
Commissioner Zerniak, did you have a question, or your statement regarding the density and the acreage? Can you run that by again?
Well, I think Albert answered the question with the conditions, that condition number 1 leaves the large parcel, the 150 acre parcel with the 192 lot maximum. That stays in place. And that the 40 acre parcel with a 2 acre overall density would have a roughly 18 lots, which would be an increase of probably 9 lots total. Does that sound right?
Do we have it right?
I guess I would read that differently, and not at all to disagree with Mr. Casillas. The way that I would read that would be if the 146 acres is rezoned with D1L with the condition of 1 acre minimum, then at that point, it wouldn't, the goal again is to remove the conditions. If it's rezoned the D1L with the 1 acre minimum, it would accommodate more like the 100 lots that's the way that I would read that.
100 more lots?
No, instead of the 82, it wouldn't be restricted to 82 if it was rezoned to be D1L with a 1 acre minimum.
How many lots would it be?
It's not nailed down, but in that sketch plan, it was 106 lots.
So Chair and Commissioners, just to clarify, on the proposal for phases 4 and 5, they were depicting 106 lots. So if you do keep it at a 1 acre minimum with no restrictions, that'll be 24 lots more than the 82 that they're allowed to build for phases 4 and 5.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, Mr. Kerr? Yes. Okay. Okay, and then basically we addressed the issue of water, fire flow, density. The other one was traffic, but we can zone all day long. It's planning for the future, right? Okay, so at this point in time, Dripping Springs Road, somewhere along the way, we're going to have to work on it, but not for your particular request. Let's see, what else?
You got to come up.
So I just want, so.
Come closer to the mic, Mr.
So the
Kerr.
easy summary is, as Jack was saying, in phases 4 and 5, we are allowed right now by right 82 home sites.
Right.
We're asking for 106. So it's 24 more home sites. And then on that other 40 acres that was not included, we're asking for 1 acre minimums. And Ways got it drawn out. It'll be somewhere around, what, 25 or something on that 40 acres. So it's not adding a lot of houses. It's adding 24 to what we're already allowed.
24.
That's the bottom line, is adding 24 to what we're already allowed. And then that 40 acres, which is now zoned at 5 acre lots, get that down to 1 acre lots, just like what it's touching right next to it. So that'd be about 20. Depends on, he's got to work around the arroyos and stuff, so it's somewhere in the 20s.
So Chair, just to clarify, on phase 6, they're depicting 29 lots on phase 6.
I think he's got 29, whether it'll work or not, I don't know. So there's 24 on what we're additional, what we're already allowed, plus this new 40 acre parcel that was never included in the first place. And so that was never part of the deal. That 40 acres is added on. So I think you guys got it down.
See, there was a lot of ambiguity on the concerns of the general public there, and so now we're trying to clarify it and clear it up.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I
All right.
understand. It gets a little confusing, all these numbers.
All right, okay. Albert?
So Chair, I mean, just to clarify on our condition,
Excuse me, ma'am, go ahead.
just to clarify on our conditions, I mean, like I stated before, I mean, if we are recommending denial of the zone change as presented, with the 106 lots being proposed for phases 4 and 5, and for the additional 29 lots on phase 6, you know, that's what staff is recommending denial. But we're also, you know, conceding to that, you know, if the P&Z wishes to approve the zone change request, that it be approved with the following conditions. Condition number one, that Oregon Mesa Ranch be limited to, to a 1 acre minimum, but still upholding the original recommendation of the remaining 82 lots that they're able to build by right. So on condition number one, we are putting a cap of 82 lots. We're also recommending that on the remaining 40 acres, on the 40-acre parcel that is zoned R5L, that if it's the commission's wish, to also put a condition on there that would give those 40 acres an overall density of 2-acre minimums.
Mr. Curry? Are you in agreement with that? Sure.
So while they're talking, so here, let me see if I've got this straight. Currently, they can put in 82 more lots.
82 more lots on phases 4 and 5.
If we approve it, they could put in 106. That's what they're asking.
If it gets approved with no conditions or as presented, then yes, per their conceptual drawing, they're looking at least 106 lots. So that would be an additional 24 more lots than what they already can do by right.
So, and on the other parcel, it's 8 lots versus 25.
Because of the 5-acre minimum that they currently have.
Right. So that's a difference of 31 lots total. Versus if we cap the large parcel and allow the small parcel to go with what Mr. Curry was asking for, it's a 17 lot increase, or a net of 9 lots.
17?
Yep, on the small parcel.
17, okay.
It's not very many.
We're having a sidebar over here. No, it's okay, take your time.
I have a real quick question for the public. If you could all raise your hands on who has called in the roads department to address the traffic issues on that street. Has anybody ever called and complained about heavy traffic? If I could see the hands, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, if you allow them to build what they want, they're gonna put 106 versus 82. If you allow them to build what they want on the small, it's 25 versus 8. So that's 131 versus 100, it's 31 more lots.
31 more lots.
Right. And if you cap the big parcel, if you cap this one to 82, then it's a difference of 17 lots, which is the difference between these two is yeah, I mean, we can't do this. We can't do it.
We'll see. Okay. We allowed you to speak earlier, okay? And so what we're going to do is it's going to be explained to you as to what's going to go on, okay? So just bear with it. Yes. Well, we have
We're talking away over here as brothers, trying to figure out what to do. We hear people's concerns. We're part of the neighborhood. We're not the enemy. Item 2, on the 40-acre parcel, to an overall density of 2 acre minimum, we can live with that. That would give us 20 home sites. We can design them out on that 40 acres. The one that's really difficult for us is the 82 on phases 4 and 5. We've done a very nice design with 106 that fit well. It's not adding a lot of traffic. It's not adding, but in the spirit of compromise, what if we horse trade a little bit and split the difference? What if we do something like 95, somewhere in that neighborhood on 4 and 5? This whole thing is kind of arbitrary on whether it's a 2 acre density. I mean, right next door, it's half of that. And I know you say that's another development, but those hundreds of homes that all been approved and no one has complained about them. And a lot of the people here live in some of those homes and love living there. It's worked well for them. So that we like it. That's why we wanted to do something like that. So we've just got a bridge to pay for, and we're trying to figure out how to do it. So maybe you could consider, we're fine with number 2. And on number 1, we're fine with 1 acre minimums. We don't want anything smaller than that. But maybe go to, say, 95 instead of 82, something like that. I don't know. It's new territory for us to try to figure this out, keep people happy, and be able to get her done.
So see that, I mean, it's the tail wagging the dog. You're catching the tail end of this. I mean,
yeah.
Obviously the county hasn't been able to keep up with the level of development that's occurred. And the result is cumulative traffic. The issue of fire protection, I think, is a big deal. And Karen raised an important point that if a 6-inch pipeline is a minimum requirement for fire flow and all you've got is 4 inches, you can never reach fire flow that's adequate given 2021 standards. If you put in a tank, maybe that makes a difference.
Well, in talking with Moongate Water, they feel like the tank and the pressure and balancing the pressure up there is the key for them to do that. And if we don't do this, that tank's not going to get built.
Yeah,
and that doesn't just help us, it helps everybody out there.
Yeah, and that's...
I do have a quick comment on bike lanes, because the comments that were made about the bike lane not being great, we 100%...
Please address the commission.
We spent about 6 figures doing that bike lane up there, and we begged county staff when we built it to allow us to put it off to the side of the road. And they wouldn't allow it. They wanted it right on the road. So when we did, we came up Dripping Springs. We had to make Dripping Springs wider and restripe it. And gradually that's getting driven on. But our desire was, we said, yeah, we'll put a bike lane in because we are all bikers. But anyway.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to, if it's okay with the commission, I'm going to try a motion.
Okay.
Chair.
And the motion
is always stated in the affirmative.
On the affirmative.
But I just have one more comment. I know I only talked about two conditions, that staff was proposing, in case the PNC does move to approve of conditions. Keep in mind that there were 17 conditions total. Some of them might not apply because, they talk about, meeting city standards and all that. So if you guys want to, take a look at some of the other conditions that were there, and maybe incorporate some of those in there as well, if that's the wish of the PNC. But just keep in mind that it's not just those 2 conditions that we're dealing with. Once a decision is made and the conditions are established, and those are going to be the conditions for the zone change and subdivision moving forward.
And Commissioner Zernick, you going to do any conditions?
Well, I'm going to try and use the ones that the county recommended with the adjustment from Mr. Curry.
Okay.
But the one question I had about, not to belabor this, but the one question I had about conditions was condition number 6 said this. it seems bizarre to me, but through the subdivision process, an equestrian easement 30 feet in width along the southern boundary of the property shall be established on the plat. Was that done?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure on that. I wasn't involved with that part. I've reviewed it thoroughly, but I'm not sure.
It was on the 18.
Those equestrian easements were put in,
They were?
but they've never been used. And that's why we want to drop all those conditions for the next phase and just go with the new condition regarding the lot sizes and the density. Because all those old conditions don't apply to the new property.
I'm not trying to.
There's an equestrian easement between a number of the lots because we thought people were going to want horses, and we have some horse designated lots, but nobody has ever used them. Not a single person has put horses in, and no one uses the equestrian easement.
So my question relates to the bicycle access though, actually.
Yes.
Is there adequate room to put a separate bicycle lane that Mr. Guybe was talking about on Dripping Springs on the north side of the road?
As far as I know, 2 weeks ago, that road was completely potholed by the federal government. You know, they're going to rebuild that road. It's in the plan. It was scheduled for this year. For some reason, county road department and the government, they worked together and they put off the federal rebuilding the road from scratch. And they did a temporary repave job at a discount that was done by Hettinga. And we've been told by the county, and we've also been told by other people in the government, that road is, I mean, it's on the long-term plan, it is approved, and I believe it's funded. And when they do that road, I hope the county road department tells them, we want bike lanes. Don't just do a regular road. I know that road's going in. I've seen the testing crews out there from the engineering companies already. They potholed that whole road to see what the structure is like, and they're working on an engineering design. But that would be for our county's road department to work with those people.
Okay.
So we're asking that all the conditions be dropped except for the new conditions that are being added back. So all those original 17, that those just drop off. And then the new, that way we're going to be clear with the UDC requirements that don't require that.
And of course, this is a time to be exact as to what we're going to do and how we're going to vote for it, okay?
Yes, sir.
And so let's see how it goes. And the motion is going to be on the affirmative, right, Commissioner Zernia?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Casillas, I have one question for you. So the requirements, if we do approve or disapprove, if we approve this, this motion, you're telling me that there's additional requirements that the county will require the Currys to enforce in regards to water flow, street management, or a street survey in regards to how much more traffic will be brought in, and all that will have to be approved before they can move forward with this?
Commissioner Uranga, Chair. We have to keep in mind that, you know, whether or not the subdivision gets approved or denied, if the applicant comes in and still submits for a subdivision application, then he's going to be subject to all the design standards that are stipulated in our unified development code. You know, he's going to have to, you know, build out the infrastructure as required by code. He's going to have to go through you know, state departments like NMED, state engineer's office, soil and water conservation, the historical, the district, those are all reviewing agencies, as well as our internal departments such as, flood, fire, and engineering. So that doesn't mean that, additional, requirements or conditions can be imposed, during that phase. But, I just want to be clear that, today, we are discussing a zone change request. We're basically down to, how many number of lots can the applicant build? And if whatever he's approved for, he's gonna have to come down in here and submit for a subdivision application that still requires public hearing, and will be open to public input as well. I will point out that any subdivision that is multi-phase does require an additional town hall meeting. That's going to be done by the applicant. But I mean, of course, now I'm just talking about subdivisions. But all that is in place. We do have those mechanisms and manners of making sure that a development is built to county standards.
So, Albert, right now, this development is required to follow both the ETA zoning condition that was placed on it in 2002 and to follow the UDC codes as well.
That is correct. Because, it is a recorded order. It was a zone change that was approved. Just the fact that it went from ER3C to D1L, that doesn't get rid of the conditions. Those are still in place.
Those still in place. Okay, so it's by eliminating the codes, are we confident that the UDC current code will cover what we need as far as traffic surveys, et cetera?
I mean, I'm confident that if the applicant moves forward with the subdivision, that in itself triggers traffic impact analysis. That in itself requires county engineering to propose all their intersections coming off or coming into Dripping Springs Road. They're going to have to get approval for roadway cross sections and all that. Flood's going to have to sign off on the grading plan. So all that will have to be addressed at the subdivision stage.
But Dripping Spring Roads is not their road. Isn't it a county road?
And for that reason, they would have to comply with all of the requirements from county engineering.
It's designated as a collector.
Pardon?
It's a collector. Yeah. Okay.
So, Albert, can you have them put up the recommendation again? Okay, so at this point, the request by the developer is to go with a D1L rezoning on both lots, okay? So that's the first part of the motion, to approve the D1L change with the following conditions. On the 146 acre plot, 156, that's what I thought it was, 156 acre lot, which is phase 5?
4 and 5.
The increased number of lots will be, the number of lots allowed to be built will be 95, not 82.
So what they can do by right is 82 lots.
Right.
What they're presenting right now under conceptual drawing is 106.
And I'm saying 95.
Okay.
Okay. On the 40 acre lot, I'm going with the staff recommendation that the 40.27 acre parcel zoned R5L shall be limited to an overall density of 2 acre minimum per lot. So that's the motion.
Albert, your conditions that, first of all, you have that number 1 item is redundant. I mean, according to the zoning, it would already be in place. So basically what we're really looking at is a maximum of 106 lots on the 1.56, on the 156.64 acre lot is the restriction that we would want to place. and then the suggested 40.27 restriction. Is that correct?
From what I understood from Commissioner Zerniak, the conditions that are going to be imposed on phases 4 and 5, which is 156 acres, is to cap it at 95 residential lots. So basically, right now, they're allowed to do 82 lots.
Yes.
Commissioner Zerniak is proposing that we cap it at 95. And then for the second lot, the 40-acre parcel, Commissioner Zerniak is recommending that we keep it at a 2-acre minimum density.
Which
would give them about 20 lots.
2-acre lots, okay.
That means 20, a maximum of 20 lots
Mm-hmm.
at a 1-acre minimum.
Right.
The 2-acre. 2-acre.
2-acre minimum, not one.
Overall 2-acre.
2-acre lots.
A 2-acre overall density with a 1-acre minimum. So you're
Right.
allowed to put 20 lots on that 40 acres with a 1-acre minimum on each lot. So some will be bigger than others, depending on the royalties.
Let me just clarify that language. For the 40-acre parcel, the way it's being presented, at a 2-acre minimum density would give the applicant, if, he's able to, plan it out, the ability to build up to 20 residential lots at 1-acre minimum.
But I want to be clear, I'm not capping it. It's based on design,
Okay.
okay? Mr. Curry, did you understand what I said? I'm not capping the 40-acre lot. I'm just saying based on design, it's the 2-acre overall density with a 1-acre minimum, okay? Okay.
You're in agreement with that, Mr.
So
Curry?
I have a motion by
Yes, okay.
Commissioner Zerniak, correct? But we don't have a second yet?
No, you do not.
I'll second it.
Commissioners are just.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Get this rolling.
So that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay.
Chair, would you please restate it for us?
Yeah.
I mean,
That the Phase 4 lot has a maximum increase of lots of 95 lots. Right. Okay? At the D1L zone.
Chair, and that's 4 and 5, phase 4 and 5.
Oh, it is? Okay. And then that's right. And then the 40-acre parcel will have limited to an overall density of 2-acre minimum per lot with a D1L zoning.
That doesn't mean.
Yeah, wait. Come up to the mic, okay? Because they're recording. Bless you.
I think we can have a motion on the floor.
On the 40 acres, I just don't want someone 2 years from now saying, oh, that means each lot has to be at least 2 acres.
No.
It's a 2-acre density for the whole 40
Right.
acres, correct? Okay, thank you.
Yep. It means whatever they can design within those parameters. Could be 18, it could be 21. Depends on how good their engineering is.
Right.
Let's vote.
You have to remember, they have to take out space for the arroyos. They have to take out space for the roads.
We also have an issue with our septic tank regulations for the state. We're not going to build any lots less than an acre. I think they allow 0.9 something, but we have to have home sites that you can put a 4-bedroom house on, and so that lot has to be big enough for that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have a motion on the floor.
Yep.
We have a motion on the floor.
Commissioners, do you understand the motion?
Mel, close it to public comment.
I did already.
Okay.
Yeah. Everybody understands the motion?
Yes.
And it's been seconded?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Jimenez,
No.
Commissioner Uranga,
Yes.
Commissioner Zargis,
No.
Commissioner Fisher,
No.
Vice Chair Zerniak,
Yes.
Chair Acosta,
Yes.
So what have you got?
Split.
It fails.
We got a split.
It's tied.
Okay, the motion fails. Procedure, Albert?
Well, because it's a 3-3 vote, the zone change is denied. The applicant has the right to, get later on with staff, and we'll talk about the appeal process if they want to appeal this decision to go to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, before we move on, just as a point of order to explain our vote,
Mr. Chair?
just as a point of order to explain our no vote.
The point of order to explain.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, Albert, point of order?
I think Commissioner Jimenez, so everybody who voted no has to state the reasons of why they voted no.
I voted no, and I'll state the reason, and so that I agree with staff that the development overall is a problem against our county goals, Goal 2.2, Goal 3.1, developing in appropriate areas and ensuring regulations of site plan requirements.
Mr. Chair, I too voted no based off of staff analysis and also based off of public health, safety, and wellness and well-being of the residents within that community. I think they've presented us, and I myself have been out in that area and have seen that getting in and out of that area, anytime there's construction, anytime there's any kind of delays, it is a significant delay. Again, traveling along Baylor Canyon, it was mentioned here today, it is a free roaming road. There's often cattle in that area. I often personally hike and bike in that area myself. It's a dangerous road to travel on, especially at night, especially EMS driving. So in addition to that, based off of water pressure, fire, E911 be able to provide adequate services to the members of that community or any future members of that community. For that reason, I vote no.
Mr. Chair, I voted no because we do not have the infrastructure there at this point, not only for the roads, but also for any septic systems, any sewer systems. And I think that needs to be addressed, especially with it was noted, the water table where it's at.
Okay, thank you very much for attending. We're going to take a small break.
Go.
I wanted to say.
Oh, yeah.
Say yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Calvary Casillas, 845 North Motel Boulevard.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going to get to the good cases here. Our second zone change request, it's the applicant's Mr. Kent Thurston. He's representing Cruces Investment Properties. This property is located on North Coronado Road and Peachtree Hills Road. So it's over there up on Highway 70. Current zoning is T2. And today, Mr. Thurston's basically wanting to do a zone change on 4 parcels that total about 122 acres. From a T2 zone to a D2 medium-density residential zoning district. And this is to go back to the original zoning, and I'll explain that here in a bit. The location map, here we have North Jornada Road, going through, it goes between, City of Las Cruces limits, county, City of Las Cruces, and then we're back on county again. But basically, these are the four lots that total about 120 acres. Here's an aerial photo of the property. Right now, it's currently it's pretty much vacant. It's all just desert landscape right now. And when we look at the zoning map, it's just a T2 zone. You see the green color in there. It's a T2 zone surrounded by D1L and D2. And also by the City of Las Cruces city limits. So how did this parcel end up, with a T2 zoning? A couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, when we were dealing with community solar projects, we had a lot of requests for zone changes and special use permits for property owners to be able to build solar facilities. So under case number Z22014, which was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission on December of 2022, the zone change went from D2, that was the original zoning. It went from D2 to a T2 zone. And then that was approved along with the special use permit. So by getting the T2 zoning and by having the special use permit approved, the applicant was able to apply to the state to see if they were going to be selected for a community solar project. Back then, this was to be developed as Mesa Vista Solar LLC. But since then, they were not one of the projects that was selected. The SUP has since expired on this property because the SUPs are only valid for 1 year. And because they weren't selected, now they just want to, go back to the original zoning that they had prior to 2022. And here's just a survey of the properties. These are the 4 different parcels that are they currently have the T2 zone. North Jornada Road over here, and that's Peachtree Hills. And, back in 2022, when they got the zone change, this was their proposal. That was going to be the solar facility that they had in mind, but it was not selected. That's just another aerial. A couple of pictures, we saw in the aerials, it's pretty much just a desert landscape right now. Here I'm standing on North Coronado Road and looking east towards the Oregon. That's pretty much, what the landscape looks like. This is North Jornada Road. Over here, I'm on Peachtree Hills, looking northeast onto the subject parcel. And looking back northwest towards the Oregon Mountains. Picture of Peachtree Hills, looking west towards North Jornada Road. And for zone change requirements, of course, we got to look at the decisional criteria under 203D. That's the area of notification. Those were the properties that we notified. We had about 78 letters out there that we had to mail out. Everything was posted in the Sun News, and signs were posted in a timely manner. For this case, I had one phone call wanting to know about if, that changed the number of animals anybody could have on their property, but that was about it. No letters or emails in opposition or in favor to this request. For a potential number of homes, if approved, the applicant will be able to develop the site as allowed per D2 zoning requirements, 6,000 square foot lots if community sewer is available, or per NMED requirements. Potential impacts would be the same as what the original D2 zoning would allow. Like I said before, they weren't selected for the community solar. They just want to revert back to the original zoning that they had. No impact to demographics. We don't believe any large impacts to traffic flows is anticipated, since the main access to the property is from North Coronado Road and Peachtree Hills Road. All future improvements will have to meet current standards, so this would be required and addressed during the subdivision application process. The zone change will allow the applicant to develop a future development as allowed per D2 zoning requirements. The City of Las Cruces and Moongate Water are the closest utility providers. We do believe there is sufficient infrastructure capacity for any residential use that's being proposed out there. No evidence of any endangered or rare species of animal and plant life. The impact is minimal as the applicant is only seeking to revert the zoning back to D2, and they'll implement best management practices that are required, noted, and included in the zone change or during the subdivision application process if the applicant moves forward with the subdivision. Comprehensive plan, we believe that the request does meet some of the goals under the comp plan, goal G2.2, action A2.2, and the section that talks about marketable and affordable housing, which is under G4.1 and A4.1. Under change of conditions, the applicant changed the zoning to T2 in 2022, and that was for the purpose of pursuing a community solar facility, but they were not selected by the New Mexico PRCs. The SUP that was approved, along with the zone change, that has already expired due to the 1-year limitation. If denied, the applicant could still use the property as allowed under T2 zoning. So basically, we're saying, the change of condition is the fact that they were never selected for the program to build a community solar facility. And now they're just reverting the zoning back to its original D2 classification. We don't believe it's going to be considered a spot zone. The requested zone change is what it was before. The size of the development is appropriate for the area, and there will be a benefit to the community by increasing the availability of housing. So for our findings, number 3, we do believe it satisfies the decisional criteria for a zone change, that it is appropriate and reasonably necessary to protect the public interest, and there is a sufficient change in conditions as the community solar facility was not selected and the SUP has expired. We don't consider the request to be a spot zone, and that the request is not in significant conflict with the comp plan. We are recommending approval for case number Z24015 for 4 parcels, 122 acres, to go from a T2 to a D2 zone, which is basically what they had before. So with that, we stand for any questions or comments. And the applicant, Mr. Thurston, he's here also as well. And that's the end of our presentation.
Does that conclude your presentation, no?
Yes, Chair.
Any questions of staff? No? Okay. Thank you, Albert. Kent, please step forward. You represent yourself.
I'm Ken Thurston.
And I apologize for the delay of your case, but there was a lot of discussion.
Keep it short. I need a cheeseburger.
And
Well, I was contacted.
Chair, sorry. Let me just swear you in real quick. Do you swear to, well, can you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Ken Thurston.
We're going to swear you in.
Your address?
My address is 5222 Longview Lane, Las Cruces, New Mexico.
And do you swear and affirm in testimony that you're about to give is the truth and under penalty of law?
Looking for Eileen.
Yes.
I was looking for Eileen and she's gone. Okay. All right,
Okay. Yeah, I'm still Ken Thurston.
you're it.
I was contacted by Dale Woods, who is the manager of Crucis Investment Properties, and asked to bring this forward for the purpose of having it go back. And the purpose is basically to build houses, and the current zone to put a solar farm was not going to happen. So we're just asking it to be reverted back. And I'll stand for questions. I don't know if you need any answers.
Did they tell you if there were any approved in the county?
I did not, I just know of 4 that I'm aware of that did not get approved.
Okay.
So but that's just the 4 that I know of. I did not see a single solar farm approved that I was associated with or knew about.
Okay.
Okay. No reason.
No reason.
Chair, I don't have an exact number, but there were only a few selected here for Doña County. I think the most recent one was Lower Rio Grande came before us again because their SUP had expired, so they had to get the SUP approved all over again. But they were one of the ones that were selected.
Okay. All right, you gonna move?
So my goal is to get you guys to allow that to happen. That's why I was here.
I'll make a motion.
There's no opposition.
No,
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion if you're ready.
Chair, can we just check if there are members of the public here?
I'm sorry.
Can we just check if there are, if there's anyone?
Is there anyone here that would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this case? No? Thank you.
I second the motion.
Everybody understands the motion?
I'll move approval of the case based on, the staff findings and the fact that we need more housing.
Okay,
And I need a cheeseburger.
so we have a motion on the floor. It's been second. Everybody understands the motion. Any discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
Roll call. Well, actually, we're going to do it this way. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And all those opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
And by
Thank
the
you
way,
very
we
much.
couldn't turn the air conditioner down either.
I know, I've been freezing out here.
No, you have to come well-dressed, long shirts. Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you for your time and your willingness to serve.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
I can.
So, just a quick question before I forget. If we don't know how many of these were approved or not, is there a possibility that we're going to get more people coming in asking to revert back to the old zoning?
There might be a possibility. I think I've already been in talks with other people as well. And they're not really proposing anything different other than, what they had before.
They're okay with what they have?
Yeah, but Charlene, I don't know if if you recall the number that were selected here?
There was, Otero County got one, I think. I don't remember any other ones.
See, here's my suggestion. I would call those people and ask that if they weren't approved, would they like to go back to their previous zoning? If they would, then that seems to me to be a correctable error by the county. So rather than having them apply and pay, the county ought to do that for them.
Okay, so it's everything about county-initiated zone change, okay.
Yeah. I know you guys don't need more work, but
Okay. We need the revenue, that's why they're doing that.
Okay.
next case?
The
Case
next
number SU 24-018.
Yes, it is. And
By the way,
we
is
have the
Mr.
owner
Tejas,
applicant, pardon me?
You have to swear her in.
Alma or Raymond Tejas present?
Yes, they are.
All right, okay.
Okay. So the applicant is Alma P. Tejas, she's the owner, and Raymond Tejas is the applicant, he's her son. It's it's 35 Mara Drive, and it's a D1 low-density residential, and it's special use permit for an accessory dwelling. And this is the location map, the aerial map. The subject property is a 1.08 acres, zone D1. The surrounding area, single-family residential. Mix of site-built and mobile homes, generally on 1 acre or more. Access is from Mara Drive, a private unapproved 50-foot easement. And this is a close-up of the property. The zoning map. On May 31st, the applicant, Raymond Tejas, requested a special use permit for an accessory dwelling less than 1,250 square feet. The existing application began as an administrative special use permit. We received 1 letter of opposition, which prompted a public hearing. The site plan. Marl Lane is right here, and the mobile home, the proposed mobile home it's right here. 14 letters in the notification were mailed to the area. Notice was posted in the Las Cruces Sun News August 5th, 2024. Signs were posted on the property in a timely manner. And this is the sign, the notification sign for our public hearing. And this is the area of notification. And this is the subject property. This is the entrance going in, and he also has a berm or, of discarded construction material is all I can think of on the front. And this is, you can see it all in the front of the property except for where they drive in. Okay. You can see it better there with the berm on front. And he's ready to talk about why that's there. These are the adjacent land uses. This is the property to the north, and this is the property to the south that home is quite a ways away. Marl Lane is a dirt road, and this is facing north and south. And across from the property east, that's the photo across from the property. The applicable policies and criteria for the commission. And these are the definitions. The decisional criteria. The traffic impacts are minimal. Additional traffic created by 1 additional residential home will not substantially impact traffic. For the comprehensive plan, ensure regulations support the plan requirements and update codes to provide tools to support an appropriate physical structure. Water is provided by Moongate Water, and the applicant will need to submit an approved septic tank permit, which he's already done, for the mobile home installation permit. There will be relatively little impact to the existing infrastructure. There is no evidence of negative impacts to sensitive areas or historical significance of endangered or rare species. The property is in a FEMA flood zone. The applicant is working with the Flood Commission to address the flood zone concerns. And the applicant is working with building services to get the structures permitted and the Flood Commission for an elevation certificate. Of course, the property is 1.08 acres, and they're putting an accessory dwelling, and there's minimum traffic to the area. The property is outside of any incorporated municipal zoning authority. The request of the application is consistent with the UDC. Public notice requirements were met. The 2040 plan has been met, and the Mara Lane is a 50-foot unimproved private easement. Based on the findings of fact, I recommend conditional approval of case number SU 24018 to allow an accessory dwelling of 1,250 square feet, and with the condition, the triple fee for building permits and mobile home installation permits. That concludes my presentation.
Wasn't there a second condition?
In the packet, you
Oh,
have
there
a condition
was.
about a
It was,
cleanup.
yes,
Clean up trash and debris.
Yes, I meant to say that he did. He's cleaned up a lot because codes enforcement went out there and planning the flood commission and building services. So he had to do a lot of work to be able to get to this point.
So are you saying that's already been done?
Yes, he's done a lot of it already.
Okay, this triple fee. What is the value of that triple fee?
It's $100. The mobile home installation permit is $100. He'll be charged $300. And if there's any additional buildings on there that weren't, because he did build without permits, so that's why he's working with building services, and those will be triple feet also. And I don't know what those are.
You don't know the value of the other buildings?
No, I don't. I don't know.
Then-
He will have to address that, the applicant.
Then we have no basis of what dollars you're asking from these people.
It's
without knowing
based
that.
on the amount of the cost of building that.
But you don't know the cost.
I don't know what they are.
So we don't know.
Well, so we don't know, yeah.
And would they cause an economic hardship for Mr. Tejas?
I discussed that with him, and he said that it was fine,
right.
so you may ask him that
It's
question.
also standard operating procedure.
Yes, it is,
Right?
yes. If they build without permits, they're triple feed.
All right, okay.
Okay.
Any questions of staff? All right, thank you. Mr. Tejas, can you please come forward? We're going to have to ask you to state your name for the record, and we're going to swear you in.
Raymond Tejas.
You can pull that mic up.
Albert.
Can you state your name and address for the record?
What?
Your name and address? Sorry.
Raymond Tejas, 5535 Mountain Lane.
And do you swear to tell the truth and anything but the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what questions you got for like as for this thing right there? So the neighbors he asked for permission to put that there because there's a small arroyo that runs through there. And then, so we. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we gave them permission to put that border there just for their safety, for the water running into their house, you know, so, because we're more than neighbors, we're like family already, we've been living there for 20 plus years. And so, I mean, we just left it there, you know, for their safety and trying to be good neighbors, help them out. But with the other stuff, the only triple fee I gotta pay is for the mobile home. I paid for the car sheds, I already paid everything here. It was, I did have to pay the triple fee for that. And everything's ready, I just gotta pay the triple fee for the mobile home, but that's it. Everything's been clean, everything's in order, so. Cool. Yes, sir.
And the letter you submitted basically explains everything as to why you did that.
Yes, sir.
And the minimum setbacks, does he meet the minimum setbacks on that?
Yes, he does. He meets all the setbacks.
And the septic tank, is that,
He already has that permit.
is it certified?
Yeah, everything's certified and approved already by the county, so it was just the deal about the mobile home, the triple fee, I gotta pay that. Other than that, everything's good, up to date.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Tejas, what other additional buildings, unpermitted buildings do you have on your property?
It's just the back car shed on the back of the existing mobile home and another one close to where the new mobile home is. But I had to contract how do you call it, like an engineer. He went and I had to get an engineer to get that.
Appraisal?
Yeah. So I already paid the fee for all that, and he wrote the letter that it's approved and it's well made. So I mean, like I said, everything's in order and it's been paid.
So you paid the original fees on those?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions of Mr. Tejas, commissioners? Okay, thank you very much for your
Thank you, sir.
presentation.
See if there's anybody here in opposition.
Are we ready for a motion? Well, actually.
There is one-
Anybody on the gallery that is for or against this case? Please step forward. Please state your name for the record.
Jesús Luján,
Get closer to the mic, please.
Jesús A. Luján.
Under penalty of law?
54-55 Maura Ley.
Okay.
Are you Mr. Lujan?
¿Mande?
Your last name?
No oigo bien.
Lujan? Okay, okay. And this is your letter that you submitted, right?
Sí,
Is
es mi
opposition?
firma. Es mi
Okay.
propiedad.
Okay. And you basically requested what can be done with all the debris surrounding your area?
No hablo nada de inglés, puro español.
En español.
Oh, dispensen la molestia. Es que pues no puedo oír muy bien. Usted escribió esta carta.
Sí, esa es mi carta, es la que yo escribí.
Okay. And I'll translate as we go. Mr. Lujan wrote this letter. It's in your packet. Actually, he was very concerned regarding the debris that goes into his yard. And so he wants to have an explanation as to how this is going to be able to be remedied. Es que le estoy explicando a la comisión lo que más o menos dice la carta que escribió usted, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Entonces, usted quiere saber más o menos qué son las recomendaciones que le podemos dar a usted para prevenir todo lo que está pasando ahí en su vecindad.
Es que este hombre metió un tractor y tiró mis puntos de la propiedad y luego mi cerco estaba dentro de 3 pies y me lo aterró con toda la basura. Echó toda la basura a mi propiedad.
¿Y quién hizo eso? ¿Quién hizo, qué cometió el mover toda la basura?
Este joven que estaba hablando ahorita.
Ok, el señor Tellez. Okay.
Tellez, sí.
He states that Mr. Tellez had moved all the cement or concrete blocks that are there, and he wanted to know how it was going to be able to get cleaned up. And so he invited codes to come over and assess that situation. And so the question is who's going to remove that? And he wants to know how it's going to be able to get removed. Okay? So
Y aparte de eso, tiene 2 trailers y va a meter ese y van a hacer 3 trailers allí en un acre.
Yeah. Sí, comprendo. Albert, we don't have codes enforcement officer here, huh? Mr. Tellez wants to know what the procedure would be to have that, all that concrete that's there and all the trash that's there that according to Mr. Lujan, that Mr. Tellez pushed over his property. And he wants to know how it's going to be able to get removed.
Yo lo que quiero es que repare todos los daños que hizo a mi propiedad.
Sí, comprendo, pero es que quiero darle una respuesta definitiva que vamos a hacer el procedimiento para seguir con el problema que tiene.
Eso es
Sí, señor.
yo no me opongo más por eso.
Sí. What I'm stating here is to Mr. Lujan that we're trying to find out what the remedy would be to remove all the debris that Mr. Tellez purportedly pushed into his property. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Lujan lives on the west side. He's behind their property. He isn't right here where that berm is at. He's on the other side of him.
Well, he's still complaining about all of that.
Right. There's been a dispute between the two of them over that property line when they came in. So I just wanted to, you might want to discuss it.
So that would be on the west side or on the north?
The west side.
The west side.
It's behind the mobile home.
And Mr.
Lujan lives on the.
His property is to the west of what we see here now as a photo, okay?
Mr. Lujan, le tengo una pregunta. I have a question.
Yeah.
Señor Luján, usted dice que ahorita hay dos trailers y quiere meter otra trailer. Eso no es correcto. Él nada más está aplicando para la otra trailer que ya está ahí el permiso. No va a meter 3 trailers.
No, ya están 2 instaladas.
Sí, señor.
Va a meter otra que va a instalar.
No, señor. Nada más van a haber 2 trailers en toda la propiedad.
Pero le digo, ya está el trailer allí.
¿Mande?
Ya está el trailer allí.
Sí, sí se entiende, pero nada más van a ser 2. No se puede haber más de 2, ok, nomás para que sepa.
¿Está bien?
Ok.
¿Está bien?
He was in the understanding that there's 2 mobile homes and there was going to be an additional mobile home put into the lot. I was just letting him know that that's not the case. There's only 2, correct?
All right. Okay. Any questions of Mr. Lujan? No? Okay, muchas gracias.
Gracias a usted.
Sí. Okay, Albert, that,
What about the question to Mr. Tejas about the trash?
That has been addressed already with the codes. He's already.
What was it? And so what Mr. Lujan is asking about trash being removed on his property has already been removed as well? Because he said that trash came from the Tejas property.
Right. I don't know that. I will have to ask the applicant that.
Please.
So Mr. Lujan's talking about it's on the, you could tell on the backside where he lives. I was cleaning, but I was cleaning towards my line. So when I had the tractor cleaning, there was a little bit of dirt falling towards his line. The fence did bend a little bit forward. I told him I was gonna replace that fence. I want my privacy. I don't wanna have problems with him. So I'd rather get a permit and do a right fence, where I have my privacy and I don't have problems with him. But the debris, there's a little bit, it's not much, it's just a little bit of dirt. When the tractor was working, it pushed a little bit the fence, but I'll fix it. I told him I'll pay for it. And it's just like a wire fence, it's not like an expensive fence, it's something like, he made it out of scrap pieces of pipe. Like I said, I respect it and I'll build it myself and I'll make it, get my permits, do everything right. And plus, just to have my privacy, to don't have problems with them,
so you plan to remove those concrete slabs from there?
No, those concretes he's talking, that's on the front side, on the east side. He's talking about the dirt it pushed on the back
west
side.
side?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did get the tractor and I was cleaning and the little bit dirt did fall towards his eyes and it bent the fence, but I said I'll replace it.
And you-
I'll pay for it.
You plan to correct that?
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Señor Luján, él tiene pensado, no, está bien.
He doesn't hear well.
Oh.
Excuse me, I got another question. He's requesting about a survey. The survey has been there, so before I do the fence, he's requesting it. I want to make sure he does the survey so I can know where I'm around my property line. Because he's saying it's part of his land is towards more over here, but the dots are already there because I already surveyed the land. They asked for it. For all the flooding zones and all that, I had to get a survey and I got all my paperwork. So, I mean, there's a dot on this corner, just on the corner where he lives. That dot is missing. So I don't know what's the deal there.
So to remove that debris or that berm that you have there, you have to enter his property as well?
No,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Señor Luján, el señor Telles va a remover todo el escumbre que tiene para el oeste de su propiedad, de la propiedad de él, ¿ok? Sí. Sí, él va a remover todo, ¿ok?
Good neighbors.
Does everybody
Sí,
understand?
no, pues el problema ya se había arreglado. Yo como le dije, el vecino, toda la leña que tenía, fui la removó para allá también.
Es que tenemos que tener vigilancia en escumbre que llega, a veces que los vientos llegan y no puede hacer uno mucho con ellos, ¿verdad? Pero la cosa viene siendo que tenemos que tener respeto con los vecinos, como los tiempos de antes. Y es lo que necesitamos de hacer. Okay.
Los perros míos están amarrados. You've been there, you've seen their cage.
And so Mr. Tejas is going to remove whatever Mr. Lujan is complaining about. And I also stated that we have to work as neighbors, develop the spirit of the community, and make sure that we respect each other's properties, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
So
Thank
I
you.
got that last question. Before I do that fence, he's requesting the survey. Is he gonna have to pay for it? So in order, he's not gonna wanna say that I'm getting part of his land. So I just wanna make sure he's requesting the survey that if he's gonna pay for it, so it could be lined up and I could start running my line and fix his debris or whatever happened. I'll fix it. I'm in charge to fix it. But before I do my fence, I want to make sure he pays the survey because he's the one requesting it. So I could know where my line is and do my.
So you're actually requesting that he pay for a survey on his property or on your
Oh,
property?
he had requested one on his letter that he wanted to get a survey to make sure I'm not in his land.
I have a comment on that. I have a comment on that real quick. So in all reality, if you already have a survey,
Yes, sir.
you just need to contact the survey company to go put the stakes in, to restake it. You won't need a brand new survey because surveys are $500.
Yeah.
So if you contact them and maybe you can split the difference with him, which would be maybe $150, $200, and that way you both can be on the same page and not have any more problems. I think that would be the easiest route to go instead of having to get a new survey because the survey is already there. All you need to do is get the surveyor. He goes and checks out where the ping is and he puts his stake there with a little orange
rebar.
flag, a little orange flag. So that way you and him can see exactly where the property line is at. That is my suggestion, of course. That would be between both of you to come into agreement with that.
And like I said, I mean, I don't want to have problems with it. We've been living there for a while now. And like I said, for us, it's more than just the neighborhood. It's just like family, because we take care of each other. And I don't want to have problems then, but if you want to fix it this way, well, it's better, fixing it right, how it should be.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Whoever did your survey can just peg the four corners for you, okay? Because the survey involves too much more money.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna tell him, señor Luján, él va a poner las estacas del agremiador y así no hay problemas con las propiedades, ¿ok? Okay, he said, okay.
Estamos bien.
Ándele, gracias. Okay. Okay, we have, please step forward.
Okay.
You're good? Okay.
Gracias. Do we have a
Buenas
motion
tardes.
to approve this?
Have a good afternoon.
Do we have a motion to approve the? Okay, I make a motion to approve the accessory dwelling as per presented by the county.
Second.
You're doing this without all the conditions?
With the conditions of the, Mr. Diaz cleaning the adjacent lot for Mr. Lujan and fixing the fence and also getting the stakes put up so that way they can determine the exact property line. And triple fee for the mobile home.
Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, just to be clear,
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that we're clear on the motion before us. It was first stated that the motion be made off of staff recommendations. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, Commissioner, that you're adding additional conditions to that you mentioned conditions that would include staking the property. You mentioned conditions that would include cleaning up. the neighboring yard, and that is nowhere in the staff recommendations. I just want to make sure that I understand your motion clearly.
Yeah, I don't think you want to add that. I think that's
I don't
between the
either.
two property owners.
No,
I agree.
no, I don't think you want any conditions on this. For, at this point, the trash has already been cleaned up that we cited, okay? And he's already paid the fees, so it's done.
Did you pay the fee for the mobile home?
That's the only thing that's pending, it's just the mobile, but
Yeah.
I'll do that right now.
So we can leave that on.
Okay, so we just make a motion to approve with the county's recommendation of a triple fee.
So Commissioner Uranga stated his motion. We have a second on the floor. Okay. Any discussion on the motion?
No, sir. Clear now.
There is a discussion. The triple fee is on the mobile home only, not on the other structures.
No, the other structures have been paid already.
Okay.
Please come forward.
All I want to say is he aware of, once we get the points, that he's going to pay half and I pay half for the survey, whatever the cost is going to be, that he's just aware that he's going to put his half and I'm going to put my half.
I don't think he agreed on that.
I don't think we can actually make him, force him to do that, but we can talk to him if he's here right now.
Oh, yeah, you want to?
And just kind of ask him and see if you can come into agreement right now. ¿Puede pasar para enfrente, señor Luján?
Mr. Chair, point of order. This is not on the agenda to discuss. I mean, we're not here to help neighbors identify property lines. I'm not sure this is within our realm to be discussing, and I mean.
I know.
Mr. Luján, van a tener usted y Mr. Telles que ponerse de acuerdo para lo de marcar las propiedades, las esquinas, ¿verdad? Para saber dónde está su propiedad y dónde está la de él. Entonces, eso se lo van a tener que arreglar entre ustedes dos. No se va a cobrar, no se debe de cobrar tanto porque él ya tiene el plano de la propiedad, ¿verdad? Ya nada más van a ir a marcarlas. Entonces, usted y Mr. Telles se van a poner de acuerdo para tener un acuerdo de ocupar a alguien a que lleguen a un acuerdo para que hagan eso, ¿ok? Exactamente, es lo que estamos diciendo, que entre los dos ustedes se pueden arreglar para que puedan hacer eso, ¿ok? Ok, gracias.
Okay, so the translation on that is that Mr. Lujan agrees to pay half of the cost of the.
No, they're going to work it in. They're going to work it in between them two.
Okay.
Okay.
Call for the question. That's all.
Okay, we're ready for a vote.
We have
a motion to
a
call.
motion on the table already.
Yes.
We
he's
have a
called
motion
for
on the table, it's
question.
been second. And we have Mr. Lujan. Dígame, por favor. No, ya no es necesario que sea testigo.
Es que no oigo bien, por eso tengo problemas con, no traigo, no me aparato.
Sí, no, comprendo. Pero están de acuerdo que, bueno, we don't have to
No,
discuss.
ya está todo arreglado. Usted se va a arreglar con el señor Telles, ¿ok? Muchas gracias.
Ándale, pues,
Ok.
gracias a usted.
Sí.
Okay, back to the motion on the floor. It's been second. Any discussion on the motion?
Call for the question.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Uranga,
Yes.
Commissioner Zarjas,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yes.
Vice Chair Zernia,
Yes.
Chair Acosta.
Yes. All right. I have so many papers here, it's unbelievable.
No.
The amendments. There. Okay, now's the time for the UDC amendments, and hopefully it goes better this time. So we're presenting the red lines instead of doing the PowerPoint on, doing a summary. So we're doing the red line so you can see where it's coming from in the UDC. We're starting with 350-104, Administrative Authority and Duties. We are adding in number 2, C number 2, we are adding submitted in conjunction with preliminary plat. The red lines are what we changed. The yellow markings are what's been changed from the last commissioners meeting, the last P&Z meeting that we had. So the yellow highlights are what we discussed then. So we changed number 2 to read that the design of subdivision plats submitted in conjunction with the preliminary plat. That's what we added in there, for both of them to be submitted together. The next one is 350-201, the general public hearings. We added limitations on hearings, a proposed zone change, special use permit variance, and claim of exemption or subdivision application that has been denied by the zoning administrator. We added,
Charlie, let me interrupt you. Is there a pressing time limit on this thing?
I know at the beginning of the hearing, there was discussions about possibly postponing this case to a later date. I just want to point out that we do have members of the public here that have been waiting, through the whole proceedings for just to give their input on some of the amendments.
Let's get their input.
Okay.
And then hold the comprehensive review of this until the next meeting. Can we do that?
That's fair. If you look at your packet, there is a memorandum in there that was submitted. Well, it just explains, what the amendments are, but we've also added in there an email from Mr. Patrick Vandergriff. I also have another letter from Mr. Rick Rose, and this is in regards to the section of the proposed amendments that deal with cannabis. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand out the letter from Mr. Rick Rose. You can look at the email from Mr. Vandergriff, and then we can have them come up here and then just give their input on what's being proposed for under the section for cannabis.
Yeah, I want to give this
okay, that's fine.
Okay.
And just give me a second so I can scroll down to that section. As for those of you that were here last time, one of the items that I addressed in regards to cannabis was an ongoing issue that we have with the word residential area, and the way that the Board of County Commissioners added that in there, and then the impacts that it had for specifically to producers, of cannabis, the growers more specifically. The way it is right now, basically, if somebody has, like a 20-acre parcel, and they let's just say, it's a pecan orchard, and then in the middle of the pecan orchard, they want to, dedicate 1 acre for the growing of cannabis. The way the code is right now, because they added the word residential area, if you have, you know, your neighbor, you know, who owns a 1 acre lot and he's got a mobile home out there, or if he's got a site-built home, the way it reads right now is, you know, even though you might have a 20-acre parcel, even though, you know, you might be a couple hundred feet away from that residential area, you can't do it because there is an existing residential area right next to your parcel. So, you know, we've had a lot of requests, and we've had to deal with a lot of people who, you know, some of them are able to split up, you know, their property to create their own 300 buffer from that residential area. But in other cases, now we're bringing in, you know, road access standards. Now we're bringing in development standards that might be a little bit too excessive for anybody who's in the middle of a farm, specifically out in the rural areas. You know, they might not be able to meet those requirements for access to create that additional lot. They might not meet minimum lot size requirements because now they're in a T2 and they have to create a minimum of a 2-acre lot, you know, instead of just creating the 1-acre lot where they want to operate. So what staff was proposing originally is to at least consider that 300-foot buffer, to consider that distance to be from let me read it here, from the actual, the direct line measurement shall be from the actual limits of the real property of the residential area to the actual limits of the licensed premise. So by adding the word licensed premise instead of real property, we're basically saying, hey, you know, if your operation, you know, if the limits of your operation is going to be 300 feet away from that residential area lot line, you should be able to do it. You know, you're creating yourself that 300-foot buffer. So I know it's not a fix that's going to address all the issues regarding distancing requirements to cannabis production or between you know, cannabis facilities. But it's at least it'll address most of them. You know, Mr. Pat Vandergriff, you know, he came up with other ideas. You know, that I'll let him, you know, talk about that. One of them is maybe, you know, if you are within 300 feet, then maybe at least having the opportunity to apply for a special use permit and bring that issue to you know, the board for a public hearing, you know, having adequate public notification to surrounding properties and bring that forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission as you would for example, retail, because for retail, you are allowed to do that, but we're not allowed to do that for other cannabis establishments. So in summary, you know, that's basically where we're coming from. You know, we are proposing that change, you know, even though we're just changing a word, but the implications are there. You know, we're trying to alleviate that problem that producers are having at this point. With that said, I'll let Mr. Vandergriff come up here and give a statement, or? I was going to let him go first. Okay, that's fine.
I'll back clean up. Thank you. Hi, Rick Rose.
We're going to swear you in? Well, okay, I'm sorry.
What's that?
Just a statement, all right, okay. Go
Yeah.
ahead, proceed.
Okay. Thank you, folks. I know it's, you guys have been here a long time listening to a lot of stuff. I'll try to make this as brief as possible. And I also understand you just got the package, and there's a considerable amount of information in it, so I don't expect you to have absorbed it or understand it, you know, in the couple of brief moments that you've had to take a look at it. To address one of the things that Albert said, in the package, it talks about, I talk about the term residential area that he just brought up. Per the definition of residential, per Chapter 350 Uniform Code, Article 7, et cetera, you know, our area, the area that we're in, is not predominantly a residential area. One house doesn't make a residential area. The definition is, to a large extent, principally or primarily residential. One house, I don't believe, meets that criteria. So that's a whole area for discussion long term. What essentially what some of that, there's also 350-209, which deals with legal nonconforming structures, which apparently we now are because of the change in zoning that has taken place. There are clauses in 350-209 that need to be looked at. Some of them say we can expand as a business. Others say we can't under certain conditions. Part of our long-term goals was to grow the business. We have now about 70 people working there. We anticipate 300 to 400 people within the next couple of years. But part of that is from us renting or leasing some of the area into other folks who have the finances to develop it when we do not. That's part of our business plan.
Mr. Rose, just real quick, I just want to make sure that the discussion that we have here today, that we just keep it at a general level, like without talking about a specific business, just keep it general to what's being proposed and how you think that's going to impact,
Sure.
Overall, because I don't want to be focusing on one parcel, on one business that might come back to you guys eventually. Okay. Thank you.
The changes to be made severely limit a business's ability to expand and to grow. It limits the ability of people to rent spaces, to lease spaces, and to grow a business within the same building that the business is occurring now. And as part of any business plan in general, there are state rules that say the county can't interfere with the growth of a business. There are now county rules that conflict with that. I'm not quite sure how to generalize it any further than that. So we can let Mr. Vandegrift's, I will read I'd like to read in what Mr. Vandegrift said. Parcels, and this is a generalization. Parcels within 300 feet of a residential area that have licensed cannabis activities prior to 6/13/23 may continue with cannabis activities and may be expanded, remodeled, or altered as allowed by the building codes adopted by Doña County. The right to continue cannabis operations is not abrogated by the sale of the parcel or the lease of part of all of the parcel to other entities engaged in cannabis operations. No cannabis establishment, cannabis consumption area, et cetera, may be located within 300 feet. What this does is any business that can't expand is now limited in growth. And investments by anybody are conflicted because it diminishes the value of the property, it diminishes the value of the business, and it severely inhibits our ability to hire more people, which is one of the whole ideas of being here. So.
Members of the commission, I'm Pat Vandegrift. Some of you met me last meeting. The reason for the language specifically the way it was, and I'm not sure what all information was in your packet, but what happened inadvertently by the original passing of the ordinance change in 2013, and I think that you would agree with this, it pretty much eliminated the possibility of new licenses issued anywhere unless you had an extremely large piece of property and you would subdivide something in the middle of it, which would create your own buffer with no residences on it. And to the industries, and I just work for the industry, I'm not a part of it, don't even benefit from using the stuff. But from the standpoint of the industry, what basically happens is that you, by eliminating that, you would have to have, as I said, a very large piece of property. Now, I had also sent a roughly 65-page report that was actually written by the New York University of Law. And it talked about these sort of things where you inhibit the capacity of businesses to operate and expand to their capacities and to, increase in a given location. In many cases, it's particularly when it's seen that it affects the entirety of that particular industry, can constitute what's called a taking. And so we didn't realize, the industry didn't pay attention. Quite frankly, our first knowledge of this change was a letter that basically said no more permits would be issued and no more business registrations would be considered on a specific piece of property. Okay? And I'm sure that we're not the only ones who are affected by that particular issue. And looking at the continuing use, which he referred to as a pre-existing non-conforming condition, what that also does is it basically says if you can't get business registrations, you cannot even sell that business once you got it up and running. So you've not only lost the use of the business, but you've lost all the blue sky. There is no profit for you at the end of when you decide you want to retire or sell your business. And so these things are because it's such a heavily regulated industry. Prior to that, there were a number of people who were involved in what's called hemp. That's a non-psychotropic, but it's still a cannabinoid. And that was being done basically as farming. And so when that changed and they allowed the psychotropics, people invested, in some cases, millions. And they're left with basically half of their property developed and unable to expand. And therefore, their investment is basically, if you pardon my French, crap. And so that's the reason why I took those documents from New York University, and Mr. Rose in his letter included 2 New Mexico case law cases in there as well, and included that in there. And then I tried to tailor the language of the ordinance so that you would have no continuing effect that was basically wiping out the existing businesses by virtue of the change. Now, I still agree 100% wholeheartedly, and I did not change that change which you had in the residential area to the distance from the actual operation, because quite frankly, that's an absolute necessity, because otherwise you still eliminate about 90% of the potential businesses anyway. And so that's the reason why. So everything was tailored around case law, around legal interpretations by people that are a lot more scholarly than I am in the law field. But I have made a living out of writing ordinances and things of that nature for people that basically stand up and don't get challenged in court. And so that's what I'm trying to avoid here, because there's no value in court. I've never seen anybody come out ahead by going to court. If there was a lawyer sitting here right now, I'd say shame on you guys, because it's just simply a 3-year battle that starts, and it just hurts everybody. And so I think it's really in the best interest of the community to look at that language. And I would ask you to consider it and to look at it closely and to look at the case law and to try to make a decision that protects not only the businesses, but protects the citizens of the county as well. And I think that's what you're all trying to do here. And so I would just do that. And I apologize, because I first sent something to him that went to the idea of the pre-existing. And then when I looked at it, I realized, well, I'm going to the pre-existing, so that'll help 1 or 2 businesses maybe that were there prior to that change, but it wasn't going to help many of them. It was going to hurt still a lot of businesses. And so after I looked at that, then I was trying to get a chance to meet with him. And then, of course, about, 4 days after the last meeting we had, I started feeling bad. And I got that nice little revisit from COVID. And I'm still shaky from it. You know, it can be gone and you can test negative, but it still makes you shaky, you know. And so we ended up basically trying to communicate solidly by email. That's not a very good method to try to resolve those issues. So immediately when I looked at that and realized that we were only helping a small portion, I rewrote and sent that last section that you have there that he was reading you some excerpts from. And I think that really closely follows all of the case law, and I think it keeps everybody out of trouble. And I think that's pretty important. Okay? So I would honestly appreciate it if your recommendation to go forward included that language, or certainly something very, very similar. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You said that someone sent you a letter saying that no more business licenses would be issued?
We got a letter around the 1st of August of 2024.
And who sent
And you may know the exact date.
Did that letter come from community development or from?
So let me just backtrack. Without getting into too much of the details, there was a request for a zoning verification letter for a certain business here in town. With the new regulations, it basically stated that everything that they have a building permit for, you know, on that facility, that's basically the only thing that's grandfathered in.
Yeah, he's following the rules.
So anything else that wants to go in there, they can apply for it because there's residential areas surrounding their property. So because of that, only, you know, the areas that have a valid building permit are the only ones that are able to operate. So any future expansion wouldn't be allowed because the way the code is written right now, because there is a residential area within 300 feet of their property line, they can't expand anymore.
Yeah, that one left about 300,000 square feet of building that can no longer be remodeled. But it's affecting not just that particular business, it's affecting all of them in some way, shape, or form. And he was only, like I say, he's following the rules. That's exactly the way it's written.
A 300,000-foot building?
300,000 feet of almost 900,000 total.
Okay, that's good. Okay, I get it.
So, but it's not just that business. It's
understand.
all of them.
I understand.
You know, and whether a guy has $100,000 into his property and he needs another 100 square feet and can't do it,
Yeah,
it's still the same pain.
but we need time to look at it. Okay.
Okay. Then that's so I would appreciate kind of consideration of that other language.
So, Chair, you know, moving forward on this item, we can probably, you know, just make a motion to table it to the next Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, which will be
2 weeks.
If I may,
26.
I would like to know, I apologize in advance. I will be in Michigan. I can't get out of it, it's contractual.
September 26th would be the next P&Z meeting.
I'll look, I may be there.
We do have 2 cases. But I don't think they'll be as controversial as today.
Are the cases like the one we had this morning?
But I mean, for that agenda item, I mean, we can put the amendments first, you know, I don't have a problem with that.
You okay with that?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And you understand it?
And Mr. Pat, if you can't be here physically, at least we can send you a link where you can participate via Zoom.
I should be able to, I'll check my schedules. I'll probably be in Dallas, Fort Worth by that way on my way back. I don't think I actually get back into El Paso till like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Okay. All right.
When you work in 50 states and you're old, it gets to be rough.
Well,
Glenn Astro also signed up.
oh, Mr. Astro?
Is there anything to add, Mr. Astro?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to table that agenda item till the 26th.
Second.
You want to have a voice vote?
Well, yeah, I guess, we have a motion.
Bob just made it.
And who seconded?
I seconded it.
All right, any discussion on the motion?
No, sir.
To table it? Okay, roll call.
No, just, you can do a voice vote on this, Mel.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, the ayes have it. Okay,
Can we go home now?
thank you.
Chair, we don't have any administrative approvals to present. For staff input, I just would like to say welcome back, Commissioner Sargis.
I
Commissioner
need a
input?
cheeseburger.
Okay. All right,
Move we adjourn.
item number 9. All those in favor, for adjournment?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye.
All those opposed, the ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.